what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha, look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
It's decider day yet again here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, this time 4NA. Two teams have already secured their spots to the Challenge Season Finals at PAX, and today, two more will clinch their spots. Who will join LG and Tribe in Seattle? Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Going till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Well, today is the last day of regular season play before we get into our Challenge Season Finals live from PAX. And we still have to determine which of our teams will be competing there. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, joined by the crew. We've got Shift, Bobby, and Mommy ready to close this thing out. You excited for the last show for NA?
Oh, am I ever. It is chilly in the studio today. Just need to put it out there. You're going to see us jittering and shaking all over the place because we are chilly today. But, yeah, I'm pumped about it. It's going to be a hot day. That was a really terrible way to open the day. I didn't even mean to do that. But here we are, Glitter. We're having that kind of a night.
It's already started. Yeah, I'm fine with it. Bobby, I'm sure you can do even better.
Yeah, it was a chilling opening indeed.
Tribe versus LGs tonight, and I think that's what everybody. It's the first time we're truly getting Tribe versus LG since last year's World Championship Finals. So obviously we had the Seminole roster before, but they weren't Tribe. It has truly been a different team since they become Tribe Gaming, and it's definitely going to make for a phenomenal matchup on match number 2.
You can say they have ice in their veins.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
It's all night.
my hands are very cold right now. It's Shift's fault, not gonna lie, but he does bring up a very good point, and I'm excited for today because, like what Shift already mentioned pre-show, there might be a 3-way tie at the very end of this, so I'm so excited. NA's not looking so top-heavy anymore at this point.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of storylines for us to be paying attention to tonight, and this is just the close of the regular season. Like I said, we still have our Challenge Season Finals around the corner, which means if you haven't done so already, there is still tons of action that you want to be keeping your eyes on. So make sure you're following along on all of our social media platforms. Okay, that's Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Make sure you're watching all of the live streams so that you do not miss a single second of COD mobile action. And if you haven't done so yet, also head on over to our Discord. You can go to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join our community, hang out, see more updates on anything you might miss, and just kind of spend time with the community, chat all things COD Mobile. Trust me, it's a place that you want to be. Now, last day of regular season play. If you are somehow just showing up here for the first time, we're going to do a refresher of everything one last time before we get into it. Bobby, how does this whole thing work?
Stage 1 ranked play. Stage 2 is ranked with friends. Stage 3, you saw these teams whittled it down from 128 to 8 teams, and we are coming to the end of our round robin, where we will finally have our top 4 teams that will be moving on to our North American LAN at PAX West.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting. And of course, everyone hoping to continue on their journey to that World Championship as well. But today we're focused on getting those top 4 through to PAX. It took a lot for them to get here, and just in case you also missed last week's action, we just mentioned there's already 2 teams that have qualified through. We're going to run through a quick recap of last week's so that you guys are caught up on how everything went down, Shift.
Luminosity looked like the team we wanted them to be last week. This matchup versus DICE was a hot one, but LG, I think, definitely proved that they have figured out some of their issues, and they're not making the same mistakes that we kind of saw versus lesser opponents to open up their group stage. So, like Bobby mentioned, with the marquee matchup against Tribe today, LG's looking like they're finally in full form.
Bobby?
Yeah. No question about it. I would say DICE put up a really good fight. I think especially come that control, there's no question they looked really strong, but ultimately LG did show they are the top dogs in North America for a reason, and I'm very curious to see what version of them and what version of Tribe we end up seeing, because there have definitely been a couple shaky performances for Tribe as well.
I mean, for Tribe, we were kind of pegging them to be that #1 team. They showed it to us last week with the Six Kings matchup. It wasn't even close. I mean, when it comes to that meltdown gameplay, they just showed so much variety. Even though they're going up against a team like Six Kings, they basically play them like they were a top-tier team. So I'm pretty impressed with what I'm seeing here with Tribe right now.
I think the thing that we're really going to be interested on is,
no.
well, first of all, this was
This
awesome.
moment.
This was unbelievably cool. But the marquee matchup is going to be a fun one, but you have to keep in mind that a lot of what's riding on today comes down to Devious, who have to start their day today playing up against Dice, and then depending on the outcome of that, it could force a must-win scenario for either Simplicity or Devious to finish off the day. Simplicity is currently sitting the prettiest at 4-2, and they did play LG pretty darn well last week. But it's still one of those things that they're looking like they're going to be pretty locked in for likely one of the top 4 spots, unless Devious and Dice come out with something different today, because even though Simplicity lost that matchup, I thought they looked really, really clean in the loss.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're sitting here hyping up LG and Tribe as the first 2 teams that qualified through, but we still have to see what happens with those bubble teams like you're mentioning here, Shift.
Yeah.
Because there are multiple possible outcomes depending on how our teams do here today. After last week's performance, though, obviously the top of our leaderboard feeling pretty comfortable. So for them, it's going to be more about really nailing down their seeding, because obviously their position in that top 4 will matter as well. And as we're talking about that, the leaderboard will pop up here. Tribe, Luminosity, the only 2 teams undefeated, and that will not remain that way after today, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like a miniature North American championship before we even get to the North American championship. It's definitely going to have that same type of energy when we get to the matchup, and I think is going to give us a really good taste of what we can expect, not only for later in Stage 4, but more than likely in the World Championships, as we saw these 2 teams face off in the Grand Finals of Stage 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic night, to be sure. And we keep talking about all of these matchups and the implications that they could potentially have, whether that's these teams making their way through to the challenge finals, if they're going to be tiebreakers or whatever. Well, let's show you the schedule so you know what to expect here out of these matches. Mommy, we're kicking things off with Dice versus Devious.
Every match is going to be so good, and we're opening things with a banger. And like Afrio mentioned already, Simplicity is just chilling because they were able to win their game a while ago, but now that just applies so much pressure up against Dice and also Devious. And like what we mentioned already, we were talking about it pre-broadcast, these 2 teams seem to mirror each other when it comes to the maps and the modes that they're actually winning. So I feel like this is going to be a close one. Every single game mode here in match is going to be a close one.
It's going to be a really great way to close out everything when it's all said and done. Now, we mentioned them a couple times when we were just kind of going through all of our recaps, and they're one of the teams that we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on as far as making it through to that top 4, because we have an interview standing by. We've got Jesus Saves ready to chat with us. Now, Simplicity will have a match at the end of the day, so thank you for joining us before you even play. Appreciate you coming on here to chat. How are you?
I'm doing really good. How's it going?
I mean, I'm excited for today. I hope you guys are as well. Obviously, putting yourselves in a really solid spot to nail down that top 4. So how are you feeling about heading into your last match and really clinching that up for the Challenge Season Finals?
I'd say we're feeling pretty confident. We know Dice is not a team to be underlooked, so we're going in with fire, and as long as we execute what we've been practicing, we'll be fine. So, confidently.
Love that.
Jesus, amigo, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. It's been a while, my friend.
It's been a while. Brother, I got to pick a bone with you, my man. What's going on with the search and destroy? I mean, the roster on paper, you would think that the S&D would be fine for you guys. We've only won a single search this stage.
Yeah, our S&D has been really shaky. Although we've been relatively close whenever we have lost with whatever team we've been playing, it's definitely been a game mode we've lacked, and we've identified the reasons why. So hopefully in this next matchup versus Dice, we'll be able to show you guys the adjustments we've made and close it out. But yeah,
good.
We have been shaky.
All right, good to see you again. Obviously, you guys have looked phenomenal all season, but maybe not with the same level of dominance from what we saw, I think, leading up. Obviously, the roster changes impacted a lot of things, not only picking up Blur, but also losing Shotzi, who's been with the roster for quite a while. Do you feel like those role changes have impacted you guys in a big way, and have you maybe started to feel a little bit more comfortable with the way that those guys play together?
Yeah, that's a good question. So initially, it definitely took some time to adjust and get comfortable with the new roles and the chemistry, and we've had to develop that over time, especially because with us, having a bunch of like roster changes has been a big thing. We've never had like a main 5 until just recent. So I would say with the addition of Blur and with this stable roster that we have now, we have been looking more consistent, which is good, and we've been putting up more fights and scrims against teams like Tribe and LG, which is also good, taking maps off. And so I think it's just a matter of time before we really just lock it in and then end up shining. And the main thing that I'm looking forward towards is playoffs, because I think that whole month that we have in August to prepare for playoffs will start to show the potential that we really have. Yeah.
And speaking of just that team chemistry, I noticed that all throughout this stage 4, Pepe and Cartels just kept on switching game after game. So was that you guys just trying to figure out who fits best? And have you already found a solution to that?
It was definitely us trying to figure out who works best. I wouldn't say we're 100% solidified with the 5 we have right now. We still might do some testing after this is done, today is over with. So, we'll see. I don't want to say anything, too like fast. So, yeah.
All right. Well, you mentioned it. You guys have a little bit of time, heading towards those season finals, and it gives you a little bit of extra leeway when it comes to kind of nailing down those last minute choices as far as figuring out the roster rotations and figuring out your own strategy. What does that prep overall look like for you guys now that you have kind of some time to focus on that?
The main thing right now is just getting on to be like with our scrims, getting on earlier and being really intentional with each day, because we have had in the past where we're like kind of going through the motions, and that's not been the most effective use of our time. So we're going in now each day with like certain things we got to work on in order to basically make the adjustments that we need to close out maps versus bigger teams like LG and Tribe, because that's ultimately our main focus. They're the best teams right now. And in order to shut those teams down, we can't be lackluster on any end. So that with the scrims, and then with VODing, brushing up on what we could do better, what their tendencies are, and just basically using that knowledge in game and strategizing to counter what the enemies are doing. I would say that's basically it.
I love that. That's an incredible answer. Yeah. That's better than any answer I've gotten before from a lot of people trying to prep for any sort of a final situation. So obviously don't want to keep you on here very long. You still have a match that you guys have to play. But Jesus, before I let you go, do you want to do any shout outs to anybody? I
would just say, Well, I would say first off, shout out to all our supporters and our haters, because, for example, last week, I caught some slack, and I really appreciate that, because it's fire, it puts more energy to become better. And so definitely our supporters and our haters. I would also say some certain teammates, like my past teammates, like Legacy. I'm happy to see him competing, veteran as well. The guys at LG, I don't know, I'm just grateful. Nothing in particular other than the fans, haters, and the other teams that are basically competing. It's just a great opportunity. So happy and grateful.
That sounds good enough for me. Thank you so much for jumping on and chatting with us, and good luck in your match later on today.
Thank you very much. Take care.
All right, it's always nice to be able to chat with the players before we get into all of the action, but it is time to start talking about the action. Match number 1, right around the corner. Let's start breaking it down a little bit. Dice versus Devious. This is a very important matchup.
Yeah, this is the last matchup for Devious, and sitting at 3-3, the onus is on them to win if they want to find their way into a potential tiebreaker. They lose this matchup, it really just comes down to the end of the day, Dice and Simplicity are playing for seeding the same way that Tribe and Luminosity would be. So this is all about Devious coming out, showing that they've been able to improve over the course of this season and try to find a way to control their own destiny to fight their way into Stage 4 playoffs.
All right, well, we'll start talking about the individuals who could potentially influence the outcome of this first match. We'll do Dice's roster first. Bobby, talk to me a little bit about them.
Obviously, this is one that's been talked about a lot, mainly because there's been so many changes, and that huge shuffle that happened before Stage 4 has definitely thrown a lot of different things in. Obviously, one of the big things we've talked about is Aerith switch to that AR role that she's definitely started to look more and more comfortable with throughout the season. You have Size, who was a last-second pickup for the roster, obviously as an SMG, but I think Hax is definitely one of the players that has impressed most, and they've looked incredibly solid in the Search and Destroy, but like it says right there, they've definitely got to get locked in the hard point.
All right, well, this is Dice's keys to victory here, things that they need to get done, but on the flip side of things, the team that could potentially be the spanner in the works for quite a few of these teams, Mommy, is Devious. This is a must-win match, like Shift has said, for them. They've got to do it now. Let's talk about their roster a little bit and who you think might be able to help them achieve that.
Yeah, I mean, for this team, they're just so good when it comes to that hard point. I feel like it's kind of like whatever the weakness of Dice is, Devious definitely goes and delivers. And I'm looking at Rihan, and I'm also looking at S. Like, they're so good when it comes to the SMG role. Definitely the firepower that they need to win those respawns. Another thing that they needed to kind of work on is just for that S&D to kind of just polish it just a little bit. And we're looking at Zoff to try and spearhead his way in through possibly getting those first bloods down. And now, like, we're just gonna just deal down just a tiny bit. You have to test Dice's map pool, because so far you need to veto Hacienda and force Dice into an uncomfortable hard point where you have to keep things very far away. Things need to be, you know, really just precise for this team. And of course for S&D, you have to avoid Tunisia. They just don't look good here. They need to find a way to put Meltdown in the pool.
All right, well, we're gonna find out if they're able to have preemptively anticipated all of those points, see where they fall when that veto comes through. But saw you nodding along there, Shift, and as we get some of these maps coming through, talk to me about your reaction here.
Hacienda was open and then not selected by Dice, which is peculiar. They've got 4 hardpoint wins, 3 of them have been on Hacienda. I would have to assume that they're the ones to select Takeoff, which is definitely peculiar to say the least, because that's not a bad map for Devious. So immediately off of these opening hardpoints, Devious has to be frothing at the mouth saying, we got away with murder here with the hardpoints. This looks great for them in the 1 and the 4.
Oh boy, well now we've got the S&D coming up.
We already said Meltdown.
Yep.
I already mentioned it. This is looking so good for Devious right now. I mean, looking at what DICE already performed here in Meltdown, they looked particularly well. I mean, it was a win up against Tribe Gaming, so that's definitely a good thing. They were one of the only teams that actually put a dent into this team early on into the series back in day number 1. Also went up against super duper close in ARP. It was an AN6. Still very phenomenal gameplay on their end run at the S&D.
Bobby, you look very confused by what you've seen so far.
I think the hard point is the most perplexing thing, just because none of those are maps that either of these guys look super comfortable on. Obviously, the Meltdown is something that we expect, but they both had really strong Meltdowns on both fronts. You have DICE, who took the Meltdown over Tribe, and you have Devious, who took it over Simplicity. So obviously, probably Tribe the tougher opponent of those two. But overall, if you're Devious, you're not really mad about that as a search and destroy selection as well, especially given the fact that coming into this, you're probably expecting that DICE will be the stronger search and destroy team. So a lot of that is probably going to end up coming down to that control swing map.
Do you think there might have been a mistake in some of these map choices here, Shift?
Our sample size is not high, you know what I mean? Like, we see a couple of results that stand out, and we kind of put a little bit of a flashlight on it. I wouldn't even call it like a spotlight. It's just like a small light on what they've done in the past. But as far as the probability odds versus the numbers go, Devious came out like thieves in this map veto selection process. So they definitely set themselves up for success. Now it just comes down to executing and making sure that you, again, like we mentioned before, are improving upon some of the mistakes they had leading through a lot of the top teams in the earlier group stages. Because again, the biggest point here is Devious have to win to have a chance at getting into the top 4. Otherwise, we know who our top 4 are going to be.
How close do you think it's going to be here, Mommy?
Game number 5 OT for sure, because you already know that Slums, DICE has never played that before, and I'm pretty sure that Raid is going to be very close because both of these teams are very good in Raid control. So once it does get down into that last game of Slums, we only have like one info. It's going to be Devious versus Limited. That was not even close, but it is a Limited team that has been kind of underperforming in this whole competition, but still, this is a huge question mark. But honestly, it's an exclamation point at the very end of it. It's going to be a really good game.
I think we're starting off the night with a banger here, Bobby. Is it going to go the full 5?
I have a feeling it probably will. I think I'm leaning the direction of DICE a little bit, just because of the overall strength of the roster, but Devious is a team that has improved significantly. I will say they've struggled a little bit more with the teams on the lower side of the bracket than DICE have, and that's part of the reason that we do give an edge to them. But the map pool looks really strong for them, and I think gives them an opportunity to potentially make their way into Stage 4, which I think, especially coming into the beginning of the group stages, not many people expected.
That's where you're at too, Shift?
Yeah, I think this is going to be, again, the map pool favors Devious, but this all comes down to individual execution. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the impact of Rehan be matched against the impact of someone like Hax or Says. That very well may determine the outcome of this matchup. Otherwise, I'm looking to players like Zulfi or 2Red on Devious. If they step up and have the best performance of their group stage to this point, Devious definitely has a pathway to win this series, which is, of course, like we continue to mention, what they have to do if they want to have a chance.
All right, chat. Well, our match number 1 is right around the corner. We've got a little bit of time here, so I also want to get your opinion and let us know what you think how this first match is going to be playing out, because everyone seems to think we're starting off with a very, very close matchup. Not only what do you think the scoreline is going to be, but let us know who you think's going to be taking this one home. Will Devious be the thorn in the side that they could possibly be? Keep their hopes alive by getting themselves a little bit of a breathing room here with a win, or will DICE completely shut that down? Now, before we head into this first match, we're going to send it to one short break while our players finish getting themselves set up, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first. Welcome to the place where dreams come true.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. A little bit of an update for you all here, okay? We're just trying to get our players loaded in. The way that this works is once the match starts, they've got a 5-minute window to get themselves into the lobby, and if they are unable to do so due to technical difficulties, which is currently the issue we are facing, then there will be a DQ. So that means that DICE is unable to play in this match right now because of those technical issues. If you cannot field a full roster within that window, you are unable to play, which means that they will forfeit to Devious, giving Devious the win. And this has massive implications. I mean, to be fair, DICE still has another match later on in the day. So we'll check back in with them and see if those issues have been resolved. But now this potentially puts us into that tiebreaker situation that you had mentioned.
Yeah, I think if anything, it makes it super likely just based on the status of what Simplicity has looked like so far, plus the fact that it's DICE who's experiencing the issues, and they still need to figure them out before they play their final match tonight. So I think the thing about this is it's super unfortunate, obviously. We never want to have this happen, but that's the rules. It's the way it goes. We just work here. You know, I don't know. But the thing about it is your composure, if you're DICE, better be rock solid, because now all of a sudden you're going to feel, not that they are, but they're going to feel a little bit cheated in a way that they weren't able to get their first game in, control their own destiny. You have to be able to separate your mental and physical space, because now all of a sudden you have to get mentally prepared to play a very good Simplicity team, which if you win, then we have our three-way tiebreaker. If they lose, they're out.
Yeah, you can see that reflected on our leaderboard now. Which means it's actually already time for us to switch gears, though, and start talking about match number 2, which we can also see at the top of our leaderboard, because it is the match that I know a lot of people are excited for today. We're just heading straight into LG versus Tribe, the two undefeated teams at the top of the leaderboard. One of them will lose right now, changing that undefeated record, and then the seeding heading into the challenge finals. That'll be determined right now with this match. This is going to be an exciting one, so let's just start talking about it.
This should be incredible, flat out. Again, to start the entirety of this group stage, it looked like Luminosity were head, shoulders, leaps and bounds better than everybody in North America, but we had a lot of questions about their results in the first 2 weeks, where they really didn't look as convincing as their roster should have been based on what they showed in stage 3. On the other side, Tribe has played exquisitely well. I think for this series, though, it will start to test Tribe's ability to move around the map pool, because they've been kind of a one-trick pony when it comes to playing certain maps in particular modes. They're going to be tested here just based on map fluency in my mind.
And these two have been overarching storylines for us from the beginning, Bobby. I mean, everyone's had their eyes on both of these squads, whether it's because of roster changes or just previous performances. Let's start talking about the rosters. We'll start with Luminosity. Who do you want to hit on here?
I mean, obviously, we've talked about it before, but it's an all-star roster. You got to have eyes on Tectonic, kind of the leader there, and absolutely the most experienced. But they had Marshy coming off the bench and still absolutely ran things up against Six Kings in their matchup earlier today. So there's no question, like across the board, you look at any one of the players on this team, and they could be a centerpiece of any fantastic roster. So you throw them all together, and naturally they're just going to dominate and play things on a different level. Taking a look, they have, like we see right here, had some slow starts. I think we saw that especially up against ARP. And I will say ARP, even though they didn't have a great record, have shown to play very well up against the top teams. With one of the matchups yesterday, they actually took a map off of Tribe. But definitely control has got to be a focus for this Luminosity squad. That's been the one big question mark for them, just because they have not looked super strong, and it seems like they don't really have a really good go-to map pick, because they've gone to raid control the majority of the time, but they don't have a great record on it.
All right, well then on the flip side of that, the other juggernaut of the region, Mommy, Tribe Gaming. Let's start talking about them.
these players just mesh well with each other so much. I mean, with a lot of the roster mania actually happening in North America, this team just solidifies themselves that they are such a solid squad. We're looking at Rabalo to be such a good objective player. Not just that, he slays out so well in that hardpoint and also in that control. A really good, well-rounded player. You also have space to actually just, quite literally like his name, create space as that sniper in those S&Ds. We saw how phenomenal he could actually go for in that meltdown S&D. So, like, one thing that Tribe has to do is actually, like what we see here in the first bullet point, is to avoid apocalypses, because LG is just so darn good, and they played it today, I mean yesterday rather, and they just look completely perfect in this map.
All right, well, we'll have to see if they're able to get any of these map picks in their favor, because the veto's ready. We'll get that up here on the screen, start talking about that, how that could potentially affect the outcome here as the hard point picks come through.
Yeah, Arsenal doesn't really surprise me too much. I would have to assume that's probably LG's selection, just based on the fact that they've looked really tight on it, and they also prefer to kind of play a more lockdown map, kind of like Apocalypse would be. Takeoff on the other side, though, I think Tribe will be very thrilled about. They've only really played 2 hard points. They played a lot of Hacienda. They've played a lot of Takeoff. So that map 4 should look pretty good for them in terms of what their selection looks like. Search and Destroy, Meltdown is in the mix again. So, I mean, Tribe are getting what they want. I mean, when it comes to them being essentially one-dimensional in certain regards, they're getting the map picks that they want to see.
Yeah, obviously Tunisia is absolutely going to be the pick for Luminosity, and a little bit surprised that one ended up getting through. If I had to guess, probably a ban on Express for Tribe, with that being the map that they ended up losing to ARP yesterday. So right now it feels pretty split down the middle as far as what direction you want to lean. The one thing I will also say, Tribe did lose a Meltdown Search and Destroy, so even though that's been one of their go-tos, not 100% guaranteed. And then a big wild card right there as the Crossroads Strike makes its way in. And to be honest, that's probably best case scenario for LG.
I can definitely mirror what Bobby just said. I mean, that's something that you wouldn't want if you're Tribe, to just get rid of that raid, because, I mean, to just put that raid there, and it's good that Luminosity took it out into the map pool. They just did not do really well. And you can't really do something like that here in the match that's very, very close. So Crossroads Strike is something that's really interesting, because both of these teams looking pretty solid here so far, but with Tribe, they're actually looking a little bit more solid here, but they do need to have really good, I think, consistency. They've had diverse map set here for Control so far, so LG need to kind of step it up here.
All right, well, now that we've got the whole veto coming through here, it looks like it's definitely going to be a matchup that goes as far the distance as possible between these two teams. It's not going to be an easy fight.
Yeah, I think this map, the series rather, is going to be determined by the Crossroads, and mark my words, this will be the best Crossroads Strike control that we've seen so far in Stage 4. Both teams fly at each other, or at least they have when they've played it in the past, and they're not going to be able to get away with that. We're going to see a lot of layers, I think, to how these offenses come out of spawn, avoid spawn traps, and actually delay the clock, which not a lot of teams have found success with. This is going to be a strategic buffet line of things that you want to see for Crossroads control. I'm pumped for that map 3.
I love it. It's going to be a fantastic way. Let's get things going. The players are ready. I'm going to send the two of you over to the other side of our beautiful studio to get this going.
Well, speaking of buffet line, I feel like Schiff is going to have an amazing time with the Telestrator later on, as he is going to be the analyst. Yep. But here we go. This is going to go down to the wire. Very interesting map selections. Map that we haven't seen otherwise being played a lot when it comes to both of these teams, but you have to pull out all the stops, all the hats, all the tricks from the hat here, Bobby.
Yeah, I think Tribe did a really good job given how tightly packed in their map pool has been, but for both the hard point and for the search and destroy. The fact that they found a way to split this basically 50-50 down the middle is a really good sign. I think for the Crossroads Strike, there's not that much that you can look at for it for at least Luminosity. Obviously, Tribe has looked really good there, and they actually 3-0'd Simplicity. But I think ultimately for Luminosity, your biggest task was just to not play raid control, because they had looked so shaky right there. So I'm curious to see what they can throw at Tribe come that control on Crossroads.
Here's the thing, Tribe is the best control team right now. I mean, after their win off of DICE in that first day, they just 3-0'd the competition every single day. So that remains to be an exclamation point in their otherwise very nice track record right now. So we're starting things off here in Arsenal Hardpoint. We haven't seen a lot of this from both of these teams, but definitely going to be making a statement.
One other thing I do want to point out, one of the off-broadcast matches was Tribe versus ARP, and ARP played the Arsenal insanely close, definitely a lot closer than I think most people would expect. 250 to 240. I think that's got to be another solid thing that LG can look forward to, and off the start right here, they are going to be able to break on in. Envy sits in the back, anchoring that long angle, and for right now, the SMGs for Tribe going to be forced to try to break in, but Ban immediately there to stop the push, and right now pressure onto Space to create some space, but he's not going to be able to do that either, and now Roballo tries to do something, but they are getting picked apart at every turn.
Ban is already on a hunter-killer drone, and if this guy gets that claw early on, he's just so good at utilizing that operator. Man, Ban, speaking of, still goes on, is still probably on a combo. At this point, he's probably ready when it comes to that Predator missile. Finally goes down as Forsaken does get those kills. Rotation already coming through for LG as Envy already getting that objective point. For the meantime, though, still no spawn control in P2.
It is interesting. Tribe continue to flex back and forth between Forsaken and Jez on an AR. And it looks like they're going to continue switching that as well, as Forsaken was on the Kilo, made his way over to the CBR, and very, very back and forth. I think largely just based on what hard point that they're in. He goes back on over the Kilo. It may have just been a CBR he picked up, but a solid setup early for Tribe right here. Washi's going to be able to hop through. Right now, Space has got to find a way to get things cleared off from the top side, but he's not really looking to the low ground right there. That's allowing Washi to get all the time he could really hope for, and they finally get things cleared out, but now you're halfway through the hard point, and no progress has been found for Tribe. Luminosity has made their way back on into the hard point. And right now doing a fantastic job of making a lot out of a little right here. Roballo finally breaks on in. Definitely one of the breakout players in Stage 4 so far. 10 kills on the board for him already, but a tough task to try to ward off these Luminosity players, and he's not going to be able to do it successfully there.
Rotation going to be won by Tribe, as everyone else from LG was trying to fight for that spawn control in P2, but unfortunately they just started spawning off there when they needed to go start rotating already to P3. So far though, Tribe having a solid hold. Roballo tries to stop the rotation with a War Machine. So far though, Washi trying to get that spawn control, but unfortunately for him, Space is right there to deny.
This is a crucial rotation. Tectonic trying to play the long angles, but not able to find anything there. Jez starting to heat up as well, and that's 5 in the feed for Tribe. A little bit of a slow start, but definitely a lot more like what we're used to seeing out of them, and Roballo's just going to stay tucked away in this corner, not affording any opportunity for LG to take him down. And right now, they're going to have to make the long play right here. Solo, the last one left to be dealt with, but the operator pops. Forsaken finds 2 with the Annihilator in hand, and just like that, Tribe Gaming have tied things up.
But just as they were trying to get majority of the points here, scrap points already in their favor as well. Luminosity didn't want to go in there for the contest for those scrap points. Instead, wanted to go in for the rotation here in P4. Armory is definitely going to be a place that is heavily contested because of how open everything is. You need to have this window control. Roballo tries to stop pot 1, but everyone else from Tribe already trying to go in there for the contest, but they go down. Tectonic brings out the Annihilator, gets down a lot of the early contest points from Tribe.
Got 11 kills on the board, able to find 1 onto Jez, keeps things clear for the time being. Heavy operator investment here for Tribe, as Vague uses a grab Vortex, and we also have a Sparrow in play for Band. He's been off to a hot start alongside Envy, both of them sitting at 15+, and right now Luminosity continue to lock down that top side. Tech's gonna spray and pray through the smoke. Teammates locking down the opposite side. Roballo actually takes himself out right there. If I had to guess, probably an operator now out of the equation, and Luminosity do a fantastic job of making sure there's no chance for Tribe to find a break right here. And even when there's a contest, they find a way to shut it down time and time again. I think you got to keep an eye on the slow start for Jez. Only 5 kills on the board, and it feels like right now that's been one of the bigger gaps in the game.
And now Luminosity finally gets majority of the points there in P4, and now the rotation actually is going to be won by Tribe, as Forsaken actually going to be able to win that essential gunfight as Band goes down. So far, P5 control is definitely going to be important. Forsaken going to be backed up by his teammates. Let's see. So far, they only have 2 operators to play with. Still very definitely good to try and flush it out as Tectonic able to find him out and sniff him out.
second he peeked around that corner, he was gone. LG continues to fill up the feed here. Claw is going to pop for Envy. He's able to find a couple and still an operator left in play. Tribe spawning way across the map right now. You got Vague lurking in the off angles. Gonna be tough to deal with, and Raballo's not gonna be up to the task right there, as it is all yellow in the feed now. Pred has been built for Envy as well before he gets taken down, and Vague didn't reload, but he's got the deagle anyway. Hunter Killer ready to go. Raballo's finally there for the trade. But man, the map control is just absolutely impeccable right now for LG.
I mean, the fact that earlier on in P4, that is the more favorable spawn by Robot or Gorilla side, and that just gave them a really short trip into that rotation in P5. So far though, Tribe trying to go in there for a little bit of scrap, but unfortunately the rotation just not going to be there. Good thing for them, it's going to be very near here in P1. So far Luminosity trying to figure out to find a way to flush in through P1. So far though, it's still going to be Tribe.
Little bit tunnel vision to be going for a break that late, but they're able to set up early right here. Ban does get dealt with on the front side. Heavy operator investment this time for Tribe. War Machine and Sparrow do get sent in, but not really a ton of kills going through in the feed. Envy and Ban, little dynamic duo, make their way on through, but Envy thought he was already taken down. Is going to be able to find the trade, but this time it's Raballo on the lurk. And he's going to be on the outskirts to take down yet another. LG, no success so far here on P1. And it's looking like this could very well be a full 60 to get Tribe back in the game.
Tribe's defense here is so good, and Luminosity couldn't even touch the point, only having 10 seconds of scrap. Still very important scrap points, though. Rotation already by Tribe, but it looks like they want to have top control instead of bottom. No, they actually have left side spawn as well. So right now, Vague tries to go in, create some space here by batteries, and so far, he's not going to be winning it.
Forsaken pops the Annihilator. Space gets info off the Pred as well. Nobody in the hard point quite yet, but Space makes his way on over. And with Solo locking down the alleyway, it looks like Tribe's in control once again. Continuing to close the gap, LG's looking for the top side control. And Washi finds one onto Forsaken, but there's so many different players to be dealt with right there. LG just didn't have the firepower to do it, and now they continue to get pushed back. Ban's the only one on the high ground. Envy gets picked apart from the low ground, and it's all down to Tectonic to try to see if he can play a little bit of a shorter angle right here, and somehow Luminosity find a way to break into the hard point despite the setup for Tribe.
That rotation from Tech from behind definitely was a big play to try and stop the contest right here from Luminosity, from Tribe rather. Now for Tectonic, big kills on his end. Not only will they get the scrap points and still getting that lead, but the rotation for next definitely has to push through, because the last set of rotations, Luminosity actually had a difficult time trying to rotate early enough. So far, Tribe is already there in that point.
Yeah, they've seemed very, very content to invest heavily on hard points where they may not really see the dividends. Solo in a nasty spot to deal with those lurking LG players, but they play it slow, don't give away any audio cues, and now Tectonic's there for a pinch. He's going to be able to find one with the Annihilator. Jez still yet to be dealt with on the backside of this statue area. But Tectonic gets the information, misses the shot though. He's got a slow play around the outside, finds another one right there, but taken down. Nades are there for Tribe. And if they can continue to hold here, they may find themselves in the lead.
But Raballo with the War Machine just stops that push, gets rid of Vague. Solo, on the other hand, also defends, so it's just going to be so difficult. Luminosity already loses this kind of gunfight, not just that, loses the lead. And now 12 seconds on the clock. Tribe is just soaking things up. They're playing such a good hard point. So far, Luminosity needs to go and catch up. This is where they were able to catch up when it comes to the points here in P4.
Yeah, it seems like both teams know their money hills and are sticking to them. Big double kill from the bottom side. Washi makes it a triple right there. Does get taken down by the Hunter Killer, and that's going to leave LG spawning across. Very tough to break through right here. Forsaken's going to pop the Annihilator. Another connects onto Vague, making a third right here. It's not going to be a fourth as he does get taken down. Both teams looking to contest from opposite sides, but Tribe on the strong side for the time being, and it's all down to Band. He gets picked apart right there, and now LG are scrambling, trying to make their way on in. Just doing what they can to throw bodies at the hill. No real opportunity to find a break, but they're able to keep things even for the time being. And Raballo looking for the read right here is going to be able to find one, but LG somehow find their ways back on the hard point.
It's because Band just spawned right behind Tribe, did not know that he was going to be right there. Not just that, that gives them the more favorable spawn later for next. 14 seconds on the clock, though, to try and get that. But also, Tribe already set up into P5. That's Roballo. Let's see how Luminosity is going to try to respond to going for the break.
Seems like maybe some connection issues for Jez as well. Seems at multiple points just kind of sitting there trying to figure out a way through. Right now, despite that, Tribe sit up by 10 points, and the early setup looks strong right here, but two players on the backside both get shut down by Roballo. Band and Vague have been dealt with, and now it's on to the ARs. Washi's not going to find an avenue. Tectonic finds one, and now the operator's invested, but not a whole lot of value for Washi before he gets taken down. Fortunately for LG, they've got other operators, but they're both wiped off the table as well. Band, Envy, operators go to waste, and it may all be on to Tectonic, who drops as well. Roballo goes big with the War Machine, and only 10 more seconds needed. Tectonic has got to make the hero play right here. He doesn't have the opportunity. He's shut down, and Tribe Gaming bounced back to take map 1.
You already highlighted a player like Roballo. He did an amazing job at holding that P5 and also stopping the push from Washi with that Sparrow. Was able to just conveniently walk inside, get those kills. He's so present right now. If he's not going to get that kill, making sure that he's going to be checking that right side corner by Cafe, and it's just so beautiful the way that this guy is just so on point right now. Luminosity had the lead in the beginning, but it just really looked like Tribe had a more solid answer and just looked like the more sound team here in this hard point.
And they just capitalize on their money hills. They knew the points that they wanted to stick to. They didn't get stressed whenever the gap started to form, and they played to absolute perfection. I think back P3 especially, that I don't know that LG got any time on P3, and especially once they got locked in on P5, they looked pretty much untouchable. Like you said, Roballo may not have had the most kills on the map, but definitely up there for Tribe, and I think you got to look at Forsaken as well. Those two really the players that I think people gave the most crap to whenever they got picked up by Tribe, and they were hard carrying there on map 1.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Roballo with 2 minutes on the clock, 32 kills, and Forsaken, 1 minute and 42 kills. My goodness, it's just so unbelievable. These guys are phenomenal. On the other side of things were pretty close. Band tried to do really good plays at the early round, but it seemed like they had a difficult time just going in for the early rotation to P3. Like what you mentioned, I'm kind of surprised that they don't try to go in there for the early rotation from P2 to P3, knowing very well it is the longest rotation in any hardpoint here in Call of Duty so far.
Does seem like a little bit of a lapse in judgment, especially because it wasn't even necessarily that they just weren't the first ones to start rotating. Like, they were making big plays toward P2 with only 10, 15 seconds left on the clock. And I think eventually that started to catch up to them. It worked out when they had the stronghold on P2 the first time around, but they didn't make that adjustment coming off of a stronghold from Tribe and ended up paying for it. So now they've got to find a way to bounce back in a series that seemed like it was fairly split down the middle. Meltdown seemingly going the way of Tribe for the majority of the times that they played it, and they've got to try to take one off of their, I guess, home preference right here. We'll see what they can do. Solo set up in the middle. R9 in hand, a gun that we've seen more and more in the World Championships. One that I think we will continue to see, as on the flip side, Vague does the same. Couple opening picks on both sides. Band's going crazy in the mid-map. Roballo there for the trade, and just like that into a 2v2.
Tribe, though, trying to get that information where everyone else is. Seiken opens things up, a 1v2. That just provides a little bit more time for Roballo to try and go in there for the plant. Tectonic, able to spot and possibility to get that pick down, but no, it's still Seiken. An essential two-piece to give Tribe that first opening pick, and everything is just so fast in that round, and it was a back and forth, but Seiken just having those big kills.
And you get the 3 out of Band, but outside that, nothing really for LG. Curious if we see that aggressive B hit once again, and it looks to be the case. 2 players going to send up toward boiler rooms here for Tribe. And per usual, Solo's going to lock down the closer angle and not give any opportunities for Luminosity to rotate through mid, but he full peeks without a shotgun in hand. Vague makes him pay. Envy able to find one as well. It will be Roballo there for the trade. but the man advantage this time goes the way of LG.
Not just that, bomb's gonna go down. Seiken, though, again is in a really good position. Gets rid of Tectonic. Veg gets another kill with the R9. Still bombed down in a really bad spot. As Luminosity already trying to surround Seiken, knowing very well he's gonna be bipolar, and Veg still goes down. And Seiken is just on point right now.
Ooh, Band! I think he heard the audio, but he doesn't make the hop up right there. Forsaken content to continue playing Boiler Rooms. And Band looking to make his way around the corner, but has definitely heard the audio off of that one. And it looks like he's going to opt to disengage right here and force Forsaken to make the play toward the bomb. Not playing that angle correctly, though. Washi's able to make him pay, and Luminosity even things up.
Playing time for LG, that's good. I mean, so many times he could have been spotted by Seiken. That was so scary to watch, but really good patience from this team. A 1-1, and so far with Tribe, especially with the opening pick coming in from a man like Veg with the R9, definitely opened things up for Luminosity. So now a fast push coming in from Tribe as they are going to be stunned out.
Wow, 4 players hit all the way through that generator side. Space going to be the one in the back to anchor. Does have Sniper in hand, and somehow we have not seen a kill come through yet. Envy staying alive by any means possible. Solo definitely spotted him out right there, though. Going to be able to pick up the kill. The bomb goes down. Forsaken can't quite connect for the kill, but Solo is doing the deed. Right now, Ban sneaks his way through the mid-map. Forsaken doesn't have the angle to play him, but he gets traded out anyway. Sniper's starting to connect for Luminosity, though. 2v2 right here. Washi holding the long angle. Tectonic making his way on up. Right now, it's all down to Washi, and he can't make it happen as Tribe bounce back to take another round.
Tribe good with the aggression here in Bravo. And they've been doing so in that first round. Now in the third round as well, they find success. Luminosity, on the other hand, needs to find a way to stop the push and enter from that mid lane. So far, though, Tribe goes into for that A push. Definitely not going to expect it. Tectonic is going to be that first line of contact, but Tribe slows things down.
Interesting to see that delayed push, and because of that, Luminosity has no information off of that one. It should be a free plant here for Tribe. And now Luminosity is going to be kind of disjointed on this approach. Tectonic pushed up a little bit, but Solo lurking out toward Boiler Room. He's going to be able to find first blood. LG now scrambling, trying to figure out where he is. But it looks like he's going to be able to get in position to find at least one more Tribe player and get all the information in the world. He's picking this push apart. Herbala looks to get pushed up right here. Doesn't actually take the Chell in the position he needs to. Tectonic's going to be able to find the trade, but now all down to 2 players for LG. Not a whole lot of time to work with. Space is going to be able to take down one, and all he has to do is play time. They hop the bomb right here, but they do it in time. I don't know if he can make his way past the bomb, and the defuse goes through. Band, ice in his veins.
You gotta feel bad for Space, man. I mean, he tried to do it with a pistol kill. Did not see where Band was. Thought he was far away, and that just opted Luminosity to finally even things out. That A push was so good from Tribe. Everything was going right, and Solo was doing a phenomenal job. And now a 3-1-1 split for Luminosity on that defense. Tribe, on the other hand, trying to get that information. One player, that's Seiken up in Boiler, but he's not going to be met with anyone.
I like these delayed pushes out of Tribe. It's not something we've really seen in the other regions, but definitely seems like they've caught LG off guard in some capacity. I think Vague may have spotted out Jez on the top side. Envy's got some information as well, and Revalo chucks down the trophy right there. Taking some shots across the map. It's going to be 1-for-1. Forsaken does get taken down, and Solo doesn't quite make the read. Tectonic drops him, Washi finds yet another, and now the 2 remaining players with Tribe, they've got to try to finesse something out of this situation, but with the bomb down, it's going to be a tough task.
Luminosity so far, pretty good defensive setup. They have eyes on the flank, eyes on the bomb. And now for the 2 remaining players of Tribe, 1 sniper and 1 shotgun, so that's going to be good. But with 45 seconds left on the clock, Space needs to find a way to find a pick. Spots one, gets Band down. That's an entry for them.
Watching the flank still. The other LG players going to play the waiting game, but Envy spotted out. Does get traded. Now 1v2. No HP to work with. Washi there to clean things up. Luminosity take the lead, I believe for the first time in this one, as I believe that's back-to-back rounds for them right there. And the OGs for the squad, Washi and Ban, leading the way right now, combined for 12 kills.
So far, Tribe just kind of struggling with the delayed push, even in Alpha, even in Bravo. So right now, you got to believe that they're going to go in there for a more aggressive look. Tectonic gets spotted. Solo tries to go in there for the pickup, but not able to get that kill off Tectonic.
Forsaken sitting back, maybe not the most ideal sniper angle to hold, but they get the bomb down, and once again, pressure on LG to find the retake here. Rabalo's going to play the tight corner. 2 players from this entry, and the rest of the players for LG just look like they're trying to figure out what they want to do. They're able to get pushed up right here, but Rabalo's able to take down 1. Vague there for the trade. Jez lurking on through, nearly finds 2, but it's LG coming on top in the trades once again. Forsaken's got to connect with that sniper shot, but he can't make it happen. And now the final round on the defensive side goes the way of LG once again, as it looks like the momentum is starting to build. We'll see what Tribe can do as we flip sides here.
Love it from LG. The fact that they were bait and switching and just getting those trades down was the most important thing for that retake. And now Tribe looks like they're struggling. But now we're going to be flipping sides. But the thing is with Tribe, they're actually more comfortable when it comes to the attack. They have like an 80% win rate on the attacking rounds. And so now they're going on that defense. So far though, Tectonic try to get that information down, puts down the trophy. So far, that gives Tribe enough leeway to go and rotate here in Bravo.
3 players playing back on the B side, and 1 player's already gotten pushed up in mid-map, but Tectonic just makes the AR look like a sniper. Jez drops right there. Man advantage for LG, and that should allow Tech to get pushed up to the bomb site. Goes down right here, but Space able to take down Band.
Bomb has been planted.
And in that sniper's nest position, should still be able to do some damage. Big gunfight on the top side. It is going to be Solo versus Vague. That shotgun still yet to be dealt with. Forsaken trying to spot him out with a sniper in hand, but Vague not giving him anything. Envy does get chunked by the nade, but backs up. Trusts his teammate to hold the angle. It's going to be Solo pushing through to find 1, but traded out, and now all down to Space once again. He's going to be able to find 1, but can't make it a second right there. And just like that, Luminosity are only 2 rounds away from taking the search and destroy.
Tribe looking very shaky in that defensive setup. And right now, Luminosity looking so good. They were handling mid very well, especially knowing that you're putting Vague there. That gives Tribe a little bit of reluctancy to try and push, even if you have Solo there in your team. So right now, same kind of situation here, but apart from that, Tribe's actually just putting 2 players there. As Solo goes down, the battle of the shotguns, Vague gets the better of him.
They have found so many first bloods in the back half of this one. Now 2 players down for Tribe. They scramble once again, trying to find an avenue. Band does get taken down right there, and maybe a little bit overextended. Not much reason to try to push through, but they get the bomb down anyway. Tectonic still set up on the top side, and Rabalo does get spotted out right there. That should be a freebie. And with that now down to a 2v4, LG should have the setup to keep things locked in right here. But Jez spots out Tectonic on the top side. Jez spots out another, and the 1v4, the 4v2 rather, is completely picked apart. Jez and Forsaken dismantle Luminosity right there and get what seemed to be a must-win round for Tribe Gaming.
That's a momentum shift right now that Tribe desperately needed. Band going down early into the round, overextending, definitely punished Luminosity in that area. And so right now, there was nothing wrong with the play except for that 1 little hiccup. And so far, 3 players from Tribe this time around pushes so deep into generators.
Wow, Solo gets way pushed up right there. Able to find 1, traded out though as LG come out on top once again. Rabalo's still yet to be dealt with, but the flashes connect and give the information, but he wins the gunfight anyway. Jez finds another onto Envy, and Luminosity just cannot capitalize on these advantages. Now in a nasty spot where it seems like Tribe should be able to set up a pinch right here. Forsaken gonna go ahead and back up. He's gonna opt to join up with Rabalo, and for the time being, they will play the waiting game. Seems like they're very content to let Luminosity get the bomb down, and as Washi drops, is now going to be Tectonic in 1v3.
I love this play from Tribe. No need to over-aggress. Play your numbers, play your angles, and also the fact that you still have that one play to just apply so much pressure on that left side of the map, just in case. Bomb goes down. Tectonic.
The bomb has been planted.
Able to play with the 44 seconds, and that makes Tribe just go in there for that pinch.
He waits right here, hoping for a push through mid. Seems like Tribe are content to push from both angles, and with the flashes connecting, should be all the information they need, but he finds a beam onto Forsaken. Not going to be enough, though. Raballo shuts him down. Now back-to-back rounds go through for Tribe as Luminosity really struggling to capitalize on these advantages.
Ready up.
And curious if we see a little bit of a different push right here as the B side, even though it's looked strong early on, has not really resulted in rounds for them.
Objectives. The enemy has the bomb.
LG now. Looks like they want to have a little bit more of that mid presence. They're going to be spread out just a tiny bit, and now looks like 3 players from Tribe are expecting a full rush into Alpha, knowing very well that Bravo didn't really work out for LG, but Solo opens things up.
Well, for Tribe, you can go whatever route that you want to. 1 player backside of B, 1 in mid-map, and 3 over by A. The question is really, what do LG want to do? And with Vague getting taken down early, your options are fairly limited, but Ban wins a big gunfight in mid. That brings it into a 4v4. Tectonic checking the opposite side. Nothing to connect to for him right there, and he should be able to lock down that entry angle as he does get pushed back right here. Bomb makes his way on up to B. And the Tribe players waiting for the go signal as Raballo, Jez both waiting over on the A side. With the bomb going down, should be banned his first point of contact. Forsaken looking for an opportunity right here. Nothing to open things up, but looking to bank a nade. No, he thinks there's somebody opposite Boiler Room. That's going to give away information that allows Ban to find the kill right there. And that slows down the push so much that it's all down to Jez. He's played such a long flank that there's not a whole lot for him to work with, so he takes down Tectonic. But with 3 remaining players for Luminosity, not a whole lot to work with. Nearly finds a 1v3 right there, but still would have had 1 more to deal with. Luminosity back in the driver's seat as they need 1 more round to close this out.
Great adjustments from both teams. And now Tribe did a great adjustment at just providing that pinch. And otherwise, they did not have that flank control before, but they were able to do so that last round, the last 2 rounds. But this time around, LG put Tectonic as flank watch, and you already know that he's so good at the flank. Ban gets that first opening pick yet again, and that applies so much pressure on that Alpha. Otherwise, they only have 1 player from Tribe, that's Forsaken, to try and defend.
Would have been really nice to have a kill right there, but unfortunately Forsaken, it is going to be a hit marker. And once again, Tribe set to reset Wash. He takes down Forsaken across the mid-map. Vague's just going to hold down this mid-entry, shotgun in hand. And Space does find Washy right there, so a little bit of a sliver of hope, but Tribe have got to commit and make a move right here. Space with no angles to work with, and all of his teammates have been taken down. Waits for 1 player to push to the outside, but they're just playing with their food at this point and maybe potentially looking for the assassination, the execute. Ban's just going to finish things up with the boxing gloves, and it will be Luminosity tying up the series.
Great adjustments from both teams. I mean, LG got the better of them, especially knowing that for Tribe, when it just comes to like the attacking rounds, they weren't able to like get a lot of those kills that they should have had. So the defense not looking super solid right now from Tribe. There needs to be something done. And even though they've been playing Meltdown so well, it just proves that we've seen what we've seen in day 1 up against DICE. They need to find a way to kind of just polish it up.
And I think there's some polishing to be done for Luminosity as well. Like, there are multiple rounds that should have been incredibly winnable. I think you go back especially to the 2v4 where they don't get a single kill on that retake and completely give away a round for free. So there are some bright spots for Tribe if you look at it. But honestly, Luminosity did a fantastic job of reevaluating, throwing a couple different looks. Things weren't going your way over on B. So even though they did ultimately end up going that way, you maybe send Tribe second-guessing their decisions. And no surprise to see those 2 players at the top, Band and Tectonic, Definitely two of the top players in the world right now and leading their team to a tied series. And right now we get ready to head into the Crossroads Strike Control, which once again for Tribe is something you definitely want to see. And for Luminosity, it seems like a bit of a coin flip.
It is definitely a coin flip. And when it comes to Crossroads Strike, we definitely have a bigger sample size when it comes to Tribe's performance. And like what I already mentioned, they are phenomenal when it comes to control. Probably one of the best or the best control team right now. Maybe not even in NA, I'm thinking the world, because they have a pretty diverse control map. Not just that, always delivering that 3-0, especially after that challenge they went up against DICE. So right now, we're seeing Tribe on the attacking side, which they're very much comfortable with.
All right, old Solo looking to get pushed up right here. Nades from all angles as LG find a couple to open things up, and the A push going to be shut down immediately as Tribe only find one kill off the start right here. Rabalo gets taken down, and LG looking to set up a spawn trap early. Band gets lurked through, spots out Rabalo off that as well. And with him getting backed up, the big task for Tribe, not to get on the objective, but to get him cleared out, because you cannot afford for a spawn trap to build up early right here. And LG are doing exactly that as he's already on to 3 in a row.
Does get denied by Jez, but he has dealt a lot of damage in Tribe so far. Down with the lives, no objectives cleared whatsoever, and nasty shots being taken down.
3 in a row for Tech already. They know he's on a streak to be dealt with. They get somebody on A, and they've done a good job of firing back, making sure the life lead doesn't form too much. But once again, you got to deal with time as it is, and looks like they'll be able to do that for the time being. A should be captured, but B typically going to be the more difficult objective right now. Tectonic, if they want to be able, or rather, sorry, Luminosity, if they want to be able to overwatch onto that site, need to get somebody pushed up into that second catwalk room, and right now they don't have that, so Tectonic's going to be the cutoff man. Does take down Solo right there, but trades go through. And once again, Luminosity struggling to find the kills right here, and Jez has not been spotted out, so Washi has got to find a way to clear out somebody right here. They can't allow anybody else on. Fortunately, it is going to be a hunter-killer to connect, and that should be enough to completely reset things here and leave more than likely only one more wave for Tribe. And with the life lead the way that it is, this should be a locked-in round to start for Luminosity.
So far, 11 and 5 is going to be our life count, and still 3 takes the progress down for Bravo. But they do get an essential 3-piece. It's still very doable. A minute on the clock, though, as they are finally putting on the objective. The hunter-killer drone will be circling around, and let's see what kind of play that will take. So far, it doesn't take anyone, though. Band and Washi getting one apiece, bringing it down to a 7v2.
The way Band moves is just so smooth.
So
I don't know, man, if he puts like butter on his screen or what it is, but
powder.
My gosh, Rabalo trying to make something out of this, a 2v6. So 47 seconds to work with, but his teammate Space gets taken down right there. And all down to Rabalo as he's taken down by Vague. So an opening round for Luminosity, definitely a good sign for them, and being able to do it with a life lead also means they're gonna open things up with operators to work with. Obviously the flip side, not quite as easy to spawn trap, but if I had to guess, they'll probably invest something right here off the start to try to take some of this topside control. Band opens things up. It's going to be the Purifier that gets used, but doesn't find a ton of value, and it's going to be the same for the Gravity Vortex in the hands of Vague. As right now, if you're Tribe, you don't really hate that start, with not a whole lot of value being found for Luminosity, and Rabalo getting pushed up, finding 2.
We got player number 4, that's Vague, pushed up into top fire room. That's going to be an essential power position to have. That just allows Tribe to actually just go in there for that right side spot. So far, though, that's player number 2 from Tectonic, trying to deal a lot of damage, but unfortunately does go down. Luminosity, on the other hand, trying to go in there for that control in Bravo. The more difficult flag to go in there, but they're just even when it comes to the lives at this point.
Ooh, Space spotted out by Vague right there. Luminosity get players on the objective once again, moving up on A. Couple operators to work with, and it seemed like Tribe are very content to save theirs, but Space finally gonna pop the Sparrow. No value found yet. It's somehow Vague's Hunter Killer does not connect across that side angle. Forsaken hops on, keeps things contested right there, but Vague wins the gunfight, hops immediately back on. Pred Missile has been earned as well, but not in time to take down Raballo, so Envy's going to be the one there to reinforce. Once again, Luminosity doing a fantastic job of playing the clock on this one. They've been able to keep the lives in their favor as well, with Tectonic popping the Annihilator right there. That could be the opening they're looking for to make their way on over toward B. Right now, looking to clear across mid. He's going to be able to find one onto space. And with only 3 people left here and only 6 lives remaining, it's not looking great for Tribe.
1 minute and 32 on the clock. That is a lot of time for LG to try and just go for more of a map control. Tectonic, on the other hand, spots that one player, will be very quiet, but just as I said, that he is going to be taking that shots through Catwalk. And now so far, though, he does get dealt with. Jez able to put him down, a 3v10, as the first tick of progress in Bravo is going to ensue. And so far, there's just no way that Tribe could actually go and defend this. And so far, Luminosity looking phenomenal here in this control. Second tick of progress already going through. Lives down. Luminosity, one more. And they'll bring this into an advantage, 2-1 possibly, going into that hard point.
I was curious what this was going to look like for Luminosity, because we hadn't really gotten to see them be tested here. Obviously, going up against ARP, but not against any of the top teams that we've seen so far. They have absolutely been up to the task off the start, as heavy operator investments on both sides. Vague, with the Gravity Vortex, just hasn't been able to find a ton, really, in either of the game modes so far. So I'm curious if we see him stick with that. Not really a ton out of the Claw in the hands of Envy as well. And Forsaken still with the Annihilator, but it looks like it's going to run out of time regardless. Luminosity off to the lead in lives right here, and Tribe have not found any avenues onto the objective yet.
So far, Tribe is just struggling to get that mid control. And so far has to deal with so much firepower already. Both teams though having one operator to their own. And finally, for Raballo, able to flush out that last player in through mid. Finally, a tick of progress right now in Alpha, but has to be greeted by 2 players from Luminosity right now. And so far, they're winning their gunfights. Able to clean up that second tick of progress, but Tribe already trying to go in there for the harder control point, which is that Bravo side, but they're still trying to go in there for the kills. Band, on the other hand, is so pesky in that area, is taken down by Space.
And I will say, it seems Luminosity are getting a little hard focused on setting up the spawn trap rather than finding maximum value out of their operators. We've seen a couple go to waste, and they're not in a bad spot as a result of it. Seems like they're well on their way to a 3-0 if they continue this way, but they've got to get B cleared off. And Raballo's going to be cheeky with those angles. Jez makes his way across before Envy's able to take him down, and it looks like they're setting themselves up to at least have a chance at pushing toward A, but they've got to be so careful with the lives, and one's gonna drop right there. They don't get B locked in, and now down 12-7. It's really on to Solo to win a bunch of these gunfights, but Tectonic's able to take him down, and with Envy locking down the mid-map right here, Forsaken with no angles to work with, somebody's got to make a hero play, and right now Jez getting pushed from multiple angles. The teamwork at every turn, impeccable for Luminosity Gaming, and putting on an absolute clinic here in the Crossroads strike control.
Taken, the only player left with 28 seconds left on the clock. A 1v5 is not doable as Tectonic shuts him down. That is so dominant from LG. Every single round, I was expecting it to be close, knowing very well that Tribe performs very well here, but LG just doing LG things. And that's the thing about these two teams. They know each other so well that everything else, like whatever match that they actually had beforehand, might not even matter because of how well these teams are just so good.
Yeah, and a lot of this just came down. You could tell that the chemistry was the difference in that one. Like every single play that Luminosity was making, there's another player on a counter play looking to have their back, trying to find an avenue to spawn trap, trying to apply pressure on both sides of the spawn, and just so calculated at every turn. I'm curious if the main reason that Luminosity have not played a whole lot of Crossroads Strike so far is because teams banned it against them, because my gosh, did they put on a performance right there. And there was not a weak spot across the board. I mean, Tectonic 21-10, this guy just He's a walking 2KD. There's no way around it.
So good at playing his life. I mean, every time we actually go to his perspective in any kind of game mode, he just moves so well. If Ban moves like butter, this guy, I don't even know what kind of food I can just go, but he's just so good at peeking, at taking his shots, playing his life, and that's why his deaths are just non-existent. So far, we're good with the Crossroads strike. That applies a lot of pressure for a supposed #1 team in North America right now, Tribe, and we're going to a pretty interesting map here. I'm actually not sure what it was, but I'm trying to remember.
Takeoff, right?
Takeoff, Hardpoint. Both of these teams so far pretty good in that Takeoff map, but for Luminosity has only played it once, but I'm excited to see how they're able to convert their win from that Crossroads strike.
Yeah, this is absolutely the map pick for Tribe. This and Hacienda were their two go-to maps come Hardpoint. Naturally, Tribe banned off one of them. Tectonic locking down top side early as Luminosity do make their way on into the Hardpoint, and Jez with 1 HP is going to be able to stay alive. So at least initially, solid setup for Tribe right here as there's nobody really in position for Luminosity to get him cleared off. But as I say that, Washi gets pushed up, and he's going to be able to find at least one, and now Solo going God mode in the mid-map right here. He finds 3, and Tribe making the most of P1 off the start of this one.
Fake try to go in there for that spawn control, trying to go for that flip, but unfortunately doesn't go with it. Tribe, on the other hand, still pretty good, has a more favorable side, getting majority of the points here in P1. Seiken doing a phenomenal job here in 2F and just applying so much pressure that it also allows Luminosity to actually spawn off into the favorable side for that next set of rotations, but they're just having a difficult time at touching this point.
And Tectonic has gotten pushed way toward that Tribe spawn. So he's got to be dealt with, but he is. Forsaken takes him down. Tribe end up getting 35 points off of P1, which is not something you're going to see terribly often. We turn our eyes toward P2. Washi gets shut down on the top side. Rabalo starting to activate once again. Is Tectonic looking to challenge? He's shut down too. Envy still in that anchor position with the Kilo in hand and has eyes, but Space looking to apply pressure, and 3 players make it 4 taken down. Luminosity still going to be anchored in the back, but Tribe continue to make their way up, and Luminosity have not found any opportunity to make their way onto P2 right here. Just like that, Tribe have built themselves a 50-point lead off the start of this one.
This is a statement from Tribe. They just are so good at playing their life right now. Rabalo having that 7 combo. And even though Luminosity had the more favorable spawn, it doesn't matter. They are outgunned here. So far, though, points can be contested 14 seconds after the clock, and with no map control whatsoever, Luminosity is going to be spawn trapped for so long, and that just also gives Tribe not only majority of the points in P2, but also rotation in for next.
They're just putting on a clinic right here. Space does a phenomenal job of delaying the rotations for Luminosity as he takes down one with him. Now spawning across the map, they've still got to deal with the lurkers, and they get shut down left and right. They can't find a single point in this hard point right now, as Tribe have somehow managed to chain together P1, P2, and P3. Not something I've really seen happen before. Space, somehow the Sparrows don't connect right there. Fortunately, his teammates will keep things locked down inside for the time being. Envy spotted out as well. And now Tectonic on the flank looking to break on through. But my gosh, Tribe, just an absolute unstoppable force here on takeoff. And Luminosity scrambling for something to work with.
This is just perfect hardpoint coming in from Tribe. I cannot believe the score that I'm looking at right now. The fact that Luminosity was also spot trapped first into the game. And now, no kind of map control whatsoever from Luminosity, and that has been the story so far in the past 3 hills. As that rotation into P4 is gonna ensue. So far, Tribe going in for the early rotation. 2 players already there for that objective control. 2 players on that left side for that spawn control. So far, Luminosity tries to go in there for that kill, but Envy able to finally flush out those players, and the pinch coming in from Luminosity.
Oh, the Gravity Vortex does go out for Vague, but once again, not a ton of value to be found. Jez, Pred Missile has been earned. Forsaken already on a 20 bomb. And Tectonic patiently waiting for an angle to work with, but Luminosity still sit on 8 points to the 150. A Tribe Gaming Pred Missile drops as well. That's going to be Washi taken down right there, as there is just nothing to work with. And at every turn, Tribe has had the response. Luminosity finally flip out spawns, but only 15 seconds to work with, and it just doesn't seem to matter right now. They're looking for something, anything, and they're absolutely obliterated at every turn.
Can I just say, Tribe always brings down their enemies in such a convincing fashion when it comes to hardpoint. All their opponents just do not reach that 200-point mark. One of the best hardpoint teams in the world right now, and they're proving it here up against Luminosity Gaming. 176-8 is going to be your scoreline. Tribe got majority of the points here in that first set of rotations. Luminosity, on the other hand, trying to go in there for the verticality. And so far, you have player number 5, that's Washi, trying to go in there for the push. Finally able to do so, banned alive, but is taken down by Space's Sparrow.
I can't tell if this is Tribe going God mode or if Luminosity have just lost all sense of confidence. They finally make their way onto P1, and they have since doubled their hardpoint time for the entire game. They get the early setup as Washi makes his way on right there. And it looks like finally some signs of life, but with a 170-point gap, they have put themselves in a devastating position. Jez not going to be able to find the kill right there, as they won't quite be able to pass up that 200-point mark. But right now, the spawns are going to flip out, and it's going to be Tribe once again in position to lock in the early time. Is Forsaken now breaking through that 30-kill mark. And Luminosity continue to scramble to try to find some hardpoint time.
Tribe is creating that choke point, and Luminosity has no choice but to enter into front side. And so far, they're just having such solid map control here in Takeoff. The best that we've seen here so far in NA, EU. Haven't even watched the other regions yet, but this is how you play hardpoint here. They're playing it to perfection. EMP already out, coming in from Rabalo. His nth Predator missile already right there. 220 and 31 is going to be your score line as finally Luminosity flushes things through, but still going to be contested with Jez just providing so much damage here with a claw.
They're just farming score streaks at this point. The operators push all the way through. There's nothing to work with. Finally, the claw in the hands of enemies able to shut down one, but you now sit down 200 points. Forsaken continues to cut off players rotating through. Luminosity an opportunity to get what? Maybe 10 seconds right here, but who else but Tribe already rotated out as Luminosity forced way back toward their spawn, and they've now got to force their way all the way through the middle of the map and through the Annihilator in the hands of Forsaken as well, and it's going to take a legitimate miracle to do so.
Pick it up, team.
Forsaken has the Annihilator to play with. Just 20 more seconds left for Tribe to go and win this hardpoint. So far, Luminosity losing majority of the gunfights outside of the hill as one player kind of flushes through. Washi might be the only chance for them to try and go for the break, but they do not have operators to play with. Just a few seconds left for Tribe to go and win this, and Luminosity goes down in such a bad fashion. And there you go. Tribe wins this hardpoint takeoff in a perfect manner. They played this earlier up against ARP. And even ARP had a better scoreline up against this. A 2-2 for your series points. We're taking it to SND, but my goodness, these two teams looking like whatever weaknesses they have is each other's strength. That control 0-3, but now you also have that hardpoint matchup.
Pretty sure Limited put up a better scoreline than that. I don't even know what to make of that one, whether it be a slow start. It's something that we talked about Luminosity having before, but it's map 4. Like, this shouldn't be the area where those are really affecting you. And my gosh, once again, an absolute show put on by Forsaken and Rabalo. You know, I tweeted out an apology form for people that slandered Rabalo in the past, and there were people saying, Bobby, he hasn't played against anybody good yet. Well, I think Luminosity's pretty good, and he showed he is absolutely up to the task to keep up with the competition. I mean, that duo was just making absolute nightmares for Luminosity all game long. And Space doing a phenomenal job of anchoring those spawns. I mean, 35 and 15 with 223 in the hard point.
That's correct.
Good Lord.
Guys farming. But I mean, just to kind of credit Tribe even more right now, is their hold for P2 is the best that I've seen so far. in this competition. The first set of rotations, they were able to just basically spawn trap LG to the fact that they got majority of the points in P2 and stopped that rotation into P3. The second set of rotations, they just had like a different outlook. They didn't go in there for the same spawn trap, but instead tried to put players on either side, just creating that choke point for LG. And my goodness, that is a masterclass of how to play hardpoint. But this is where we need to see LG just kind of shine, forgetting about that hard point and just moving forward into this S&D where they were able to show in that meltdown game how good they are. So right now we're taking things to Tunisia where Luminosity looking pretty solid here.
Yeah, this is their go-to map pick. They have picked apart some of the best teams in North America on this map pick. And right now looking to seal the deal up against a Triumph Gaming team that made them look like a freaking tier 3 roster. Like I don't even know what to make out of that one, but yet to see any first blood right here. Damage done onto Raballo. Right now the LG boys content to sit back and hope that Tribe over-aggresses right here. Looks like it's not going to happen, at least not yet, as Solo gets lurked across the mid-map. Tectonic's not going to have the angle to take him down, and that's going to be Vague dealt with as Space on the other side takes down Envy, and just like that, it's two-man advantage for Tribe.
Enemy has dropped the bomb.
And now player number 5, that's Solo. Tries to go in there for kill number 2. Unfortunately, does not get that. Bomb still down in a pretty open spot, and Tribe knows very well where it is. They're going to be stacking that A side. Player number 1, though, so going to be wary about everyone else from where LG is, but oh my goodness, Space just brings it down into a 1v4.
Van's got a lot to deal with and has no idea that Jez is tucked away in that corner, so it's Tribe taking round 1. And the map pick for Luminosity, maybe not starting off quite the way that they'd hope, only finding 1 kill right there. And having a tough time dealing with the sniper in the hands of Space. Looks like Ban kind of second-guessing his move right there and going to wrap back toward top winery, but the rest of the team just going to kind of wait in mid-map and see what they can make of it. One player's already gotten pushed up. They're just kind of waiting for the go signal. Looks like continuing the second guesses. I'm not really sure what the game plan is right here.
I was going to say Vega's lucky to be alive, but he does spot that one player, tags him up into that B side, but looking like Tribe is in a really good position for that defense. So far, LG not committing to any kind of site, trying to get that information down. Raballo goes in there, wins an essential gunfight off of Vague. And right now, a lot of reluctancy on the side of Luminosity, whether or not they are going to be committing into that Bravo side.
Jez knows he can stay tucked away in that corner. No way for Ban to find the kill right there. And Space finds a kill onto Tectonic once again. Crucial starts out of Tribe as Ban gets picked as well. And Forsaken looking to clean things up over on the B side. Washy with the little weapon swap right there to pick up 1. And a glimmer of hope as he takes down Solo on the flank as well. So the 2v5 is now down into a 2v3. And it looks like the bomb's going to go down over here on B. Washi waits for the push. Nobody on the flank, and shots go out right there, but flashes connect. Raballo's going to be forced back. Unfortunately for them, Space has gotten pushed up, and he's going to be in a perfect angle to take down Washi. Jez deals with Envy himself. And a 2-0 lead off the start of this one for Tribe. Looking pretty solid.
Those last 2 players just tunnel visioned into quite literally the tunnel and just kind of forgot about that right side of the map. And Tribe just played that numbers advantage to perfection. And so far, Luminosity seems pretty lost when it comes to this attacking round, not knowing where to put themselves. Wanting to go more for that default, but that just allowed them to be picked apart by Tribe. And now a faster push coming in from Bravo. That's the adjustment we like to see. And Solo's gonna have that 2K. That's stop the push, and this smoke is actually going to help him out against the 4th. Possibility for an ace, but Jez is there for that denial. But my goodness, I already knew that smoke was going to be detrimental.
I mean,
wow.
that was one of the cleaner search and destroy plays that I have seen in COD Mobile. I don't know how nobody from LG read that there could potentially be an early push up right there, but finds the opening kills and the smoke play to disorient them and get the double melee. Clean as can be as you put This Luminosity squad in a terrible spot. You get too aggressive on the push through the smoke right there, and space makes you pay anyway. Washy up top, still looking for an angle. Finally, should get spotted out right here as Tectonic's there to clean things up. And all down to Forsaken, but he's gonna find one with the deagle in hand. Bomb goes down, and ZRG connects as he now has a chance at a 1v3. It's gonna be Envy sitting back, but AR in hand. He's gonna be in a risky spot and not looking to tuck away into a corner. Oh my gosh. COD timing for days as he's now in a safe spot and can play the audio cue right here. Forsaken gonna have to hope for an angle to work with, and he's got to try to peek this one right, but Envy's not letting it happen, at least not this time.
Over yet. Ready up.
Oh my goodness, LG, you're just giving me a heart attack. Also, one thing to note is it's so difficult when you smoke your entrances like that as the attacker. It actually doesn't give you a favor. It actually gives you a little bit of a hard time because you don't know where everyone else is on the defensive side. That almost could have been a Tribe win. But that 1v1 being won by Envy is definitely essential. The same play coming in from Luminosity as a 5-man push gonna happen right now.
Smokes go out, Envy, no angle to work with, and the picks go through off the start for Tribe once again. Luminosity do fire back, but the shots don't connect for space. Washy gets the info on the one remaining player, but he slides through, and Forsaken gets pushed up. Solo's left to be dealt with, but Washy, quickscope connects, and now it's all down to Forsaken. 1v3 opportunity for him once again. Working with the ZRG right here. COD timing does not go his way and seemed like he had the angle for Washy, but now has put himself in an even tougher position where he only has an opportunity to find one player off this opening, and Washy's going to be there to shut him down, as it will be Luminosity taking back-to-back rounds.
I like the adjustment from the smoke from LG, and that just helped them. And that's how you should do your smoke. Not the entry, but smoke deeper into the site. Just denying that sight line from any players that are trying to come from mid on the side of Tribe. And now, though, a more split approach coming in from LG. And now Tribe's going to be stacking that ace site. Envy, though, with a God nade. Able to get first blood.
Taking down space is crucial because he has been on point at every turn. Tectonic looking for something, but I don't think he has any idea that Solo's right here, and that's going to be a freebie for them. But it's vague from across the map, connecting with the Fennec in hand. And just like that, Luminosity are back up a man, and the bomb now looks to wrap back toward B, where there is absolutely nobody waiting for Tribe. They're still waiting for the push over toward A. And this could set up very, very well for Luminosity as they make their way on down. I don't know if that's their smoke or maybe a little bit of a distraction from Tribe on the opposite side, but as the bomb goes down, Forsaken's been able to get pushed up right here. The rest of the team nowhere to be found. It looks like Raballo going to look to push down toward mid, but one player holding the corner, going to be vague, and just like that, a 2v4. Jez on the flank. Forsaken has really got to hope to hit a God tier snipe to open things up, and Vague gets pushed way up right here. Don't know why we feel the need to be this out of position, but Forsaken from the high ground is going to be able to find another, and Vague is playing so long with this that it may end up going his way. Kills do end up connecting for him and Band as 3 rounds in a row go through for Luminosity. And just like that, we flip sides and we're tied up.
This is just so interesting. An interesting game of S&D where you see those micro adjustments from both of these teams. And that's why we're seeing things even. Now, Tribe on the attack. You already know how well they do when it comes to the post-ban situations. And now a fast push coming in from Bravo should give an easy plan. Tectonic gives that information down. Now a fast push, fast response coming from LG.
He tried to get out, but I think he was basically flashed to death right there. But Envy's there with the response, and LG's so fast to make their way on over that I don't know if Tribe's gonna read the full send all the way through spawn side. Envy on the bottom side gonna be able to pre-fire the corner. They keep things clear, and Forsaken spotted out on the back side. The bomb gets defused anyway. Doesn't even matter. And an absolute speed run of a retake for Luminosity right there to take the lead.
Envy opening things up for him for that double kill. And doesn't matter that the first blood was Tribe's. Luminosity is just so lightning quick when it comes to that response. And now a full send over in through Alpha, a 4-1 split for Luminosity, but the other thing, the same kind of push from Tribe as Tectonic finally getting that first blood.
This is going to be the setup for LG pretty much every time. You send Tech over to B, hold the long angles. Even if he doesn't get a kill, which he usually does, at least you get the information. And now with 2 players shut down, he's going to connect for another right there. Gets information, Forsaken's taken down, and now it's Jez all alone as they can hop the bomb if they want to, and the momentum has completely swung at this point as Luminosity now take 5 rounds in a row. 2 more needed for them to take the series.
Tech ends that round with 4 kills. And that is why you need to find a way to respond to that if you are Tribe. You were able to take him down that last round, but nope.
They have the bomb.
Doesn't matter. Right now, Tribe needs to find a way to successfully go into attacking into that Bravo side. Looks like they still want to go in for that Bravo push. Luminosity still the same defensive setup, but for Tribe, a little bit slower right now on the take.
And once again, Tectonic's going to play the position, does get the hit marker, and he's able to retreat. So once again, he's done his job. They get the information, and he backs up with his life. At that point, it's just an added bonus. Bomb does make its way up. Nobody able to connect for the kill for Tribe, as once again, it's the B play that they want to go with, but have not found any success with it so far. Tech's gonna get pushed up a little bit. Vague finally starting to find some momentum. Shots fire back, but LG continue to clean up the kills, and now the 2 players on the top side have got to rush on through. Rabala with no angle to work with. He's gonna get taken down right there, and now the body shots go through as it's 6 straight rounds for Luminosity, looking like they are on their way to a 1 seed.
Man, Vague just had the biggest flank in this game. And that actually just distracted Rabalo just a tiny bit for him not to defend along with his teammates. But instead, Vig actually made that wraparound in through mid. A different look this time around coming in from Tribe, where they want to play it a little bit slow. And Luminosity actually already pushing up right now with play number 4. That's Vig, ready with a shotgun.
And Tech has already made that wrap back toward mid space, finally starting to regain some momentum. But as that happens, the nade from Band connects onto Jez, and Envy finds Rabalo, so a lot of pressure on Solo to try to catch somebody lurking through mid. The bomb has dropped, so right now the pressure on to retrieve it, but another player drops. All down to Forsaken in space as they try to clutch up right here, but no angles to work with. Forsaken has got to find a way to open this up, but unfortunately for him, Band has crawled into a perfect position where he can't be spotted from top winery. And at every turn, Luminosity just have the plays, they have the reads, and with that flashbang going through, that should be enough information for them to know where Forsaken is. And 7 straight rounds for Luminosity as they secure the #1 seed in North America.
You gotta feel good if you're LG, man. It looked like a shaky first start, questionable smokes, but the adjustments were right there. Man.
The one thing you got to say for LG, they have got some work to do in the hard point, which is not something I thought I would say about this Luminosity squad. But to put up a stat line like we saw on that takeoff is very, very concerning. And it's a really good thing for them that they have some god tier players when it comes to the search and destroy and for the control. Because were it not the case, we would very likely be seeing Tribe Gaming sitting here as a #1 seed.
I mean, you just leave Tectonic and Bravo and you're good to go. Gets that pick, and if he doesn't, just repositions. But take a look at this. Solo getting that 4K with the melee is just so fun and entertaining to watch. But again, it's just Luminosity. They just show a masterclass here on S&D. Same could be said for Tribe in that hard point. So this playoffs in PAX West is gonna be really spicy.
Oh man, I mean, Washi was putting on a clinic with a sniper in hand. Some of the quick scopes we saw out of him were absolutely ridiculous, but you got Tectonic, the information man, over on the B side, and he was just making so many of those B pushes difficult for Tribe. They did not have much of an answer for that approach from Luminosity.
I mean, I know definitely harping on LG a little bit for that hard point, but we were talking about it in the green room. The ability to bounce back mentally after honestly being demolished that badly in hardpoint, and then having the first couple rounds of S&D not the best. That was a huge comeback. They just completely swept them after that.
Yeah, it looked like LG were just completely down and out. Because it's really one of two things happen. When you get completely trashed in one map, one of two things is going to happen. Either number one, it lives in your head and you're like, what the heck happened? We start to second guess everything. Or number two, you laugh it off and say, all right, fine, they got us there, reset, go back in. And when we saw the first 3 rounds go to Tribe in the search and destroy, especially in the fashion which it did, it looked like LG had completely lost composure. So their ability to come out and win 7 rounds straight, get to the defensive side at 3-3 was already a huge dub for them, because we know what Tectonic brings the sniper rifle over towards that B site, and that's just absolute masterclass as far as being able to regain in the midst of what looked to be a runaway map last 2 maps for Tribe at a moment.
And it was kind of just like a pendulum swing the entire time, Bobby. I mean, first you've got one team looking strong, then you switch it up, go to the next mode, and it just goes the other way. They kept it dead even the entire time, which we said we knew would potentially happen with the picks that came through and we got to see the veto. But this is a preview of many more matchups between these two to come.
Yeah, I think even within each of the individual games, there were pendulum swings. I think you look at the first hardpoint, and Luminosity came out looking really strong, and then a couple of really solid rotations and a couple good holds. All of a sudden, Tribe's in the driver's seat, and Luminosity couldn't seem to find anything out of it. We saw the same thing in the search and destroy. Obviously, the control was pretty one-sided, but you come off of getting 3-0'd in control, and then Tribe are the ones absolutely pummeling Luminosity. So it shows the amount of talent on both of these teams, and also shows how big of a gap there can be whenever you do start to master some of those specific maps.
I said both of the offensive rounds for Tribe in the control were also very winnable, especially considering in round number 1, they came out, they were down like 9 lives off the first respawn. They still captured A, still had a chance to extend through B, and then that second round is just masterful retake from LG, regaining space at both A and B at the same time. It's a very winnable control, I think, for Tribe still, considering they started on offense.
All right, well, I'm sure we've got quite a few questions, and if I'm not mistaken, we have LG's coach standing by for an interview to chat with us after claiming the #1 seed for the season. So, Hippo, thank you so much for jumping on and chatting. I mean, now that you guys know you're set in stone #1 heading into Challenge Finals, what is the vibe on the squad right now?
I mean, we were so ecstatic at the end of it. Whenever we closed it out, we were all just jumping, cheering. We were all so happy. You know, and it was a wild ride. I don't know if you guys saw the meme that was posted by Tribe of and it this series really felt like that, just watching, you know, everything happen. So, but kudos to Tribe. They put up an incredibly strong fight, and you know, it was quite the series.
Really was.
7 rounds in a row in the search is exquisite, but I have to be the first one to bring up the bad news on the takeoff hardpoint. What was going on with you guys? Was it just complete fall apart, or was Tribe just completely beating you guys to the punch when it came, I think, especially to rotations? Like, where was the issue for you guys on that map?
I think after like the first wave, first set of hard points, we were just mentally kind of checked out a little bit. I feel like, it just didn't go well, and it is what it is. I mean, from there we tried to get back on our feet, but it was a little rough. I think everybody was just a little bit baffled seeing Tribe just rolling and being like, all right, we're pulling out the big guns, and they really did. They really, made us shut our mouths a little bit, and so we kind of had to just step back and then reset for the S&D, which we did. We managed to bring it back.
Yeah, obviously, looking back to that search and destroy on map number 5, you guys started off very slow, which is uncharacteristic for you guys, given what a strong Tunisia search and destroy team you are. Do you feel like there was something specific that was the turning point for them, whether that was a specific player speaking up, or if it was them just locking in and realizing the moment, whatever that is?
I think it was, the first couple rounds, I feel like just that mentally is what happened from that takeoff just kind of translated over a little bit, and it was a little rough, but then the moment that we just got, I always thought in my head, and I'm sure the boys did as well, that the moment we get that one round win, we can build off the momentum, because we know this is our home ground. This is the one map where we've never lost, and we're just gonna, we just had to keep it going. We just needed that one round to get the ball rolling, and that's exactly what we needed, and we got it going from there.
The map selections were definitely very interesting in this round. It feels like both sides of the coin, you guys really performed when it comes to that map veto selection. But I want to talk about that meltdown matchup. I was actually kind of expecting that to be a little bit close. It was a pendulum swing in the beginning, but you guys actually found that footing. How does it feel like, and what did you guys do in the game in that meltdown search and destroy?
That was one of those maps where we felt like, oh, this is very much a pick that, a tribe could go for. And we wanted to, and, it's a map that we know that they're very, solid on. And so I think we just had to respect that and try to also figure things out in terms of how they play. Because of the fact that, we haven't gotten much experience to play them specifically. And so we kind of just finagled around figuring out, hey, how do they play? And the moment that we kind of got a grasp on it, we were like, we can make the adaptations here. And that's exactly what we did. We just figured them out, kind of like a game of tennis, just figuring out in the first couple balls, figuring out how do they play. And then from there, the moment we got an idea, we just kind of run with it. And that's exactly what happened.
All right, well, I mean, obviously, we already knew that you guys were making your way through to those challenge finals, and now you've got a good chunk of time to do exactly that. So give us a little bit of insight on what that's going to look like for you guys as you get ready to compete yet again.
I think first off, we need to clean up our takeoff. I think that's first and foremost. But we've learned a lot throughout the group stages. I think that, we were able to being able to play against everybody. We learned a lot of what we need to work on as a team, and what our strong points are, and how to just keep that consistent. But at the same time, we can be fixated on figuring out, okay, we know what we need to work on. We know what maps in particular, we'd love to, get a better handle on. And so just making sure that we keep our toes with our strong maps, as we're sure our opponents are going to also, try to improve on them, especially Tribe. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we, make our weaker maps a little bit stronger, so something like takeoff doesn't happen again, hopefully.
Well, we're very excited to watch you guys compete in Seattle. Before I let you go, any shout outs that you want to do?
Yeah, for sure. Shout outs to Clout, who's our other coach for the team. I mean, he's not here with me right now, but he's been a great support for the team. Shout outs to the boys. They really put in a lot of effort. It was great to see them bounce back and manage to close out LG, at being undefeated, and to the org as well, for supporting us. And shout outs to all our opponents. Everybody put up a great fight. We learned everything. We learned a lot from, every single team that we played against. And to all the teams and other players and, coaches, everybody, to the fans in particular who support us, much love to everybody. Thank you so much for supporting us. And, watch out because we're gonna come in hot in Seattle.
I love it. I love it. Well, congratulations yet again. And thank you for jumping on and chatting with us here today.
Thanks so much.
All right. That was a fantastic matchup. All right, we now end knowing who is at the top of our leaderboard, remaining undefeated. It is LG. That's got to feel good. Tribe Gaming right below them. Obviously, they were both set before we even started the day, and then they're going to be followed down there by Simplicity, Devious Dice. Now, we have one more match left on the day. Before we get into that, though, it's going to be time for another short break so we can get that set up and ready to go. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's time to get into our last match of the day, and this one will determine who makes it into our top 4 and does compete at PAX in our Challenge Season Finals. We'll just start talking about it. You can see the teams up on the screen right behind us. Last match of the day will be between Simplicity and Dice. Bobby, what can we expect out of this matchup?
I mean, it's definitely going to be a well-fought matchup. I think the big task for DICE is overcoming the fact that you come off a 3-0 that didn't necessarily even need to be a 3-0. Losing to tech issues is definitely never how you want to go down. So they've got to have the mental resolve to bounce back and to do it against a Simplicity roster that has looked stronger and stronger throughout Stage 4.
And we heard how confident they sounded after we got to speak to Jesus earlier at the beginning of the show as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this match plays out. We'll start talking about the players on these rosters, though, which could potentially be very influential. We'll start with Simplicity, Mommy. Who do you want to point out?
Man, I mean, you already interviewed him a while ago. Jesus is definitely going to be that solid rock for them just to provide, honestly, the stability that Simplicity needs at this point in time. And one question is whether Pepe or Cartels is going to be the right fit in the puzzle here that Simplicity need to desperately figure out here, Shift.
I think the thing about it, we heard it like you mentioned in the interview, was Jesus even said himself that they're still figuring out what their best options are. Now, again, it was kind of like the tail end of that interview. Jesus seemed to think like, oh, we're already looking forward to Seattle, which, again, I just work here. I don't know. But there's going to be a possibility of a 3-way tiebreaker. So that may not be a guarantee based on at least what I know. And I'm no mathematician scientist. So I don't know. Very well, they could be locked in. But still, you can't overlook DICE this flat out because there still could be an opportunity for DICE to weasel their way in.
All right, well, let's talk about that DICE roster, Bobby. Who do you think could be causing them some problems here?
I'm getting a little deja vu because we did this. But obviously, we talked about the role switch for Aerith. Hax has definitely been stepping up in a big way. I think T-Bag is an incredibly underrated player that has definitely shown out as a strong SMG. And then you got Awaken, who has been, like we talked about, on a lot of rosters that had high expectations but didn't quite pan out. So we'll see what he can do. I think for me, he's got to be the X factor for them.
All right, well, this is going to be a very important match. This is a must-win for DICE if they want to be keeping themselves in the running for that top 4. So we'll start talking about the veto as it comes through here, starting off with Hardpoint. Mommy, what's your take?
Ooh, Apocalypse. Well, that is definitely a map that I think that that DICE might have a little bit of a war flashbacks with, because they were beaten down by LG pretty convincingly in this particular map. So they might have a hard time when it comes to these hard points. We've already talked about it. This is not their strongest game mode. Definitely need to find a way to go in very aggressive, because so far they're good at those early rotations, but the problem is their objective control is just not as strong.
I'm surprised Hacienda wasn't selected by DICE. They've played the majority of their hard points there, and it was open for the taking. So it'd be curious to see what they have prepped up. The standoff in Express, not unexpected, except for the fact that I had a feeling that DICE may try to get rid of Express simply due to the fact that Simplicity has played a ton of it. And then the raid control, I mean, both teams control-wise have been pretty 50-50 on. I think this series is going to be determined largely on what happens in the Search and Destroy, because Simplicity have only won a single search to this point, which is not great news, especially with this map pool, which I think very well could favor DICE in certain regards based on how they come out and play.
All right, Bobby, what's your takeaway from now that we've got all of them up here on the board? How do you think this could potentially swing?
I would say, like Shiv said, that you have a really strong DICE team on the flip side as well. So it's not even like they're going against a middle of the road team, but no question, this is their strongest mode. So I think ultimately the games have got to be won in the hard point if you're Simplicity. Apocalypse is one where you can snowball a lot of things quickly, and we saw just a second ago the same for Takeoff. So they're going to have to look to do that and obviously capitalize on that swing mode in raid control as well.
All right, well, now that we've got everything set up and ready to go, it is time for me to send you two away to get our last match of the day started. Let's do it.
Noodles.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
The other fun fact, and we brought this up when DICE was supposed to play Devious, is DICE has not gotten more than on average 120 points on hardpoint versus the top team. So this very well may be a series that we're looking at for DICE that they kind of have to 2-3-5, win both the searches and the control, which is not great news because Simplicity have been, like we mentioned, just as good as DICE on the control in particular. This very well may be a very eye-opening experience depending on what DICE team we get here in map number 1 coming off of the unfortunate disqualification from their first match today.
Imagine this could have been a comfortable matchup for them, but obviously we had to end things with a bang. Still very much a lot of question marks right now in the air, but like we already mentioned, has to be a 2-3-5 because their hard points just not looking pretty solid. But let's see what kind of adjustments they've made here, especially since the last time they've been here was a pretty convincing loss. But here we go. We're starting things off here in Apocalypse Hardpoint.
Indeed it is. DICE, after their unfortunate start to the day, kind of have their own fate in their hands. Apocalypse Hardpoint, let's get it on. Cartel's the first one to start things off, so we got our answer as far as who will be starting for Simplicity and which roster they're preferring against this DICE team for now. Opening Hardpoint looking decent. First couple of seconds are decent. On top of that, you've got a chance here for Simplicity to try to move across the map with number 5 and Raph spawning behind towards Temple.
So far, though, Temple spawn going to be in the favor of DICE, and they will have just a few points here. Just one player trying to go in there. But now a three-dimensional look into DICE's split at the moment. So far, they're winning majority of gunfights, getting the points as well here. And so far, really good gunfights being won by DICE.
Just keep your eye on the minimap number 4 in yellow. Cartels in the back is going to be forced out, and that will give DICE at least a moment of reprieve. Holding on towards this P2 side of the map. Teabag pressured over through window, and actually the gunfights for Simplicity being won causes a new emergency that DICE have to deal with. Good pickup. Hack's able to take down a double, and even though Simplicity will get a good amount of the scrap time, DICE do hold spawns moving over towards P2.
I love how DICE just learned to not leave P1 with such a good show. And right now, DICE having the more favorable spawn. Simplicity, on the other hand, try to go in through that front side of the map, tries to go in for the pinch. Cartels going up for the hop pop wall, but unfortunately for them, DICE is going to be really good at defending the spot.
Now, what a start for Hacks, Says, and Teabag. All the players that you would need for DICE to really step up and control the tempo of this game. So far, so good. DICE, solid lockdown. Simplicity looking to fight around the back first. They do clear off a couple of contestants through the top side of the stairs, but Aerith will spawn up in place. Kings gets the shutdown. One member for DICE does spawn out, so Simplicity will get at least a block. But can they find a way to get into the hard point? DICE turn their attention to the back. The kills are coming through. Cartel's the last one to try to challenge. Spawns are broken on both sides, but Simplicity hold the numbers and they will be able to neutralize.
22 seconds of scrap for Simplicity, and it's going to be raining some grenades here. So far, DICE still doesn't want to leave this hardpoint alone, wants to go for the contest, but Raph, beautiful 3K to flush out the players of DICE and leaves them no choice but to go in for next.
Here we go. That's a huge break for Simplicity. DICE, their opening opportunities largely squandered. Now setting up over towards trench side. 50-50 hard point, at least that's the expectation. Jesus trying to anchor the backside of the spawns. He does have DICE members still in place around him, and with those kills, DICE will lock themselves in with the left side of the minimap spawns. Simplicity on the hard point for now. Couple of streaks going to be called in immediately, and Raph is going to get everything with the Pred missile. Put him on 6 in a row as he drops the claw into action, and Simplicity all over the hard point.
DICE probably could have had a big contest point there, but big Preddy coming in from Raph. Again, another 3K to his name. And now for DICE, not on the favorable spawn, as Simplicity just bringing out majority of their operators as well. Cartels with the War Machine gets rid of Awaken. There you go. Possibility to get rid of Hacks as well. And so far, DICE trying to go in there for the pinch, and so far it does work. 23 seconds left on the hard point, still very doable. And Cartels, even though the War Machine goes down, it doesn't matter, the boxing gloves are out.
You know, for Simplicity, that's going to feel like an overall W, considering the fact that you were able to get Raph onto full streaks, but ultimately speaking, DICE kind of mitigate a little bit of damage here, almost cauterize the bleeding a touch. They survived through a couple of operators, they survived kind of through the Pred missile, and they hold rotation to new. Raph going to take the long route up towards top Tiki. Hacks trying to flush him out, loses him though, and so Raph now has an opportunity, but Aerith will shut things down. Jesus looking to continue to play around the back, but the focus for Simplicity largely on this hard point is coming from the front side of the hill. Awaken going to pop the War Machine. Isn't able to find much with it at the moment. He does eventually lock things in, and as he takes down 3, DICE will hold onto the hard point, but will be deterred from holding on to spawns for now.
Wow, this is looking like a more composed DICE right now. Back in P3, we're not able to get majority of the points, but instead went for the early rotation to the more favorable spawn. And so far, Aerith still having a really solid hold into spawns, getting majority of the points, and it's still DICE getting majority of the scrap points as well here.
A big bounce back, a really strange route. You saw the Annihilator out for DICE, or probably for Simplicity, trying to work around the back, and Kings got completely surprised. Aerith will make sure that scrap time will again favor that of DICE, which will get us to a DICE lead. All things told, that the Rafts pop off, he's earned the EMP. He found 6 in a row thanks to the Pred Missile plus the Claw, but DICE still hold on, and they're actually in a position to keep an eye on number 5 in blue. Saze is making a route around through Temple, and nobody for Simplicity knows that he's back here, so he may flip spawn single-handedly if he can find a couple of kills.
He's going to be able to help his teammates out to try and stop the power positions from that hop-up wall. Not just that, also try to go into control from that spawn. I mean, Kings just went in there and spawned there, but Size is just doing a phenomenal job. Great presence of mind of helping his teammates and also getting the more favorable spawns.
A massive play for Saze, and he's not done yet. Now on 5 in a row, he's working towards streaks. Does get shut down, long-range shots as Jesus will double up. That keeps Simplicity on the hard point, but once again, they find themselves wanting to get over to the right side of the map, and yep, number 2 in orange will make the play. Blur's gonna get to the jump up wall. Got a good angle to stop rotations for the rest of DICE trying to make their way to the hill. And now with numbers, here comes the play to flip the spawns around. Aerith is still deep, backside gold, but she's likely to get overwhelmed here. I mean, there is just so many Simplicity members, but Aerith is still alive. She's getting a little bit of help here. Saze is on the way. Hardpoint does open up in the next 5 seconds, but Saze gets a double. Blur tries to step in. It's all chaos in the back, and DICE come out on top of it. Oh my goodness, how about that?
Axe gets an essential 2-piece to give them that more favorable spawn into the temple. Not just that, they're set up well. Size brings out the claw. That's definitely going to be huge defense on their side. Goes into the pre-fire, but Jesus, an essential kill, gets rid of the claw.
No way Simplicity break this from the front. Surely not. First couple of kills are good. Raph seems to think they've got the opportunity to break this. Claws out in hand. Takes him a minute to find Saze, but does win the elimination. Now on to Awaken, and Blur from the front simultaneously pulls out the Purifier, and Simplicity again find a way to break one of the toughest hard points in the game.
Fight harder.
They're just so good at playing their life and also responding into that counter when it comes to those operator skills. So right now, they're getting majority of the scrap points, and DICE needs to go in for the early rotation, something that we've seen already in the past respawns. And now for DICE, need to find a way to control this even more, also in the left side of the spawn.
Keep in mind that Raph's got his Predator Missile again, so could be a little PTSD here for DICE if he calls this thing in and finds another 5 spree. Here he goes, he calls it. We'll only find Aerith backside helicopter, but that's enough for Simplicity to essentially break down DICE's opening setup. Split spawn situation here. DICE trying to hit from all angles at the same time. A little bit of success on one side, but not enough to really deter, or is it? Hax jumps down into Trench with the Purifier out. He finds one, and he's got teammates nearby. Purifier still in hand, but Cartel surprises him. And now all of a sudden, Simplicity hold the numbers, and trophy system does its job, maybe even more so than you would expect. Awaken gets taken out, and Simplicity will have the hard point.
Open hard point right now as it's a back and forth pendulum swing as DICE getting the scrap points this time around. Raph on the other hand goes in there for the body shots, not really getting it. So far though, Kings trying to apply so much pressure into this hill. So far it's been a back and forth in this particular hill, and so far Kings able to get that big gunfight.
Yeah, beautiful YY in the reload right there. Gives the scrap time over to Simplicity. They grow their lead just a touch, but this is where DICE did a lot of their damage in the first rotation. Thing is, yeah, Pred Missile gets called in. It finds 2 on the hill. But hold on a second, that essentially means nothing. DICE still spawn up behind the hard point. So sure, you got 2 kills, but DICE don't really lose anything because of the fact they spawn in. Annihilators out on both sides. DICE not being contested in any form on the hard point. This is all about Simplicity trying to play around the back, but T-Bag is holding his life absolutely perfectly, and DICE will get away with the first 20 seconds for free.
My goodness, he plays off his smoke so well. Cartel's finally able to get rid of him, and that will dictate where Simplicity is going to be spawning off to, and so far it's going to be to the left side of the map. DICE still having a hold of the objective control, though.
Unreal.
You know that they're getting majority of the gunfights, and that's still going to be so good for DICE.
Unreal. T-Bag slides in perfect timing. Cartels can't get anything with the War Machine, and now Hax and Saze from inside the hard point, holding for every single second they can, but flat out. The proximal spawns for Simplicity do gain them the advantages to break through again. So over the 200-point threshold, they'll surely go. And it looks like DICE are going to concede this back scrap time in order to play for their setup for new. They have to be really mixy here on P1, and they have to be perfect for the first time when we eventually get to P2.
So far, that's player number 5, Says. I'll give that information down. He does try to apply that pressure, though, but he does go down. So far, it's still blue on the kill feed. They do have the more favorable spawn, and that's been happening in the last 2 set of rotation. And they are getting majority of the scrap points in a lot of the hills. But now they need to get every single point if they want to catch up to Simplicity, and that's not going to be a far set points.
Careful, though. Kings gets an elimination over towards Secret. He's trying to get up towards the jump wall. DICE just trying to hold on to their lives on the hill while everyone else tries to sniff out this Simplicity member deep. And oh my goodness, number 4 in yellow actually spawns backside gold. Oh, not good news right now for DICE. They need to win these eliminations over towards Temple side, and flat out, they aren't. Blur on the hard point with the Purifier. He's gonna be pretty implaceable, you'd think. And now it's desperate times, call for desperate measures. Awaken pulls out. The War Machine doesn't really find too much with it. Simplicity will get really close to winning this game. They won't be able to fully do it here. But now that the claw's out, Raph will clean things up over towards New. And DICE, they're limping from the other side of the map, trying to find a way to contest P2.
There's only player number 2 right there coming in from DICE. That's Aerith, but 239 and 182. You need to play perfect hardpoint. And now for DICE, needs to go in for one last pinch right there, but the Preddy's definitely not going to help them out.
Well, it's not going to connect over the top of Temple right here, so it'll be held a little bit by Blur. He does find one from the front. Braff with the pistol. Back over to the QQ9. Nope, just pistol again. Says, keeps DICE alive. Final operators start to come on through. Jesus only gets one. Blur through the midst of the smoke. Can't really find much, and hold on a second. Simplicity are kind of coming in one by one, and DICE are punishing for them. There's a lifeline here for DICE.
2 points left for Simplicity, and DICE need to play perfect. And right now, Teabag applying so much pressure. He's been so good in this game so far. Rotation trying to be won by 2 points from DICE on the other hand, as the last 20 seconds into the favor of DICE. And P3 is kind of a point that they kind of struggled on in the past set of rotations.
The thing about it is Simplicity have nothing. No kill streaks. Only one operator that Cartel's just earned, so he'll have a War Machine. Thing about it is, look on the other side. DICE are starting to earn operators of their own. Teabag has actually already popped the Annihilator. He's trying to win this rotation early. Hacks with the Purifier out, trying to clear up the top ground. Kills are coming out nicely for DICE. 3 seconds to the hard point opens. And this will be a really good lay of the land for DICE. They should know that Simplicity is going to be largely trying to hit this from the front. Teabag starts to get involved. Cartel's War Machine is out and operated, but he doesn't really find too much with it, and DICE are going to have the hard point for now.
Oh my god! Hacks with a beautiful double kill. Raph, on the other hand, tries to go for the contest, but he's going to be absolutely muffled. He's going to be silenced right now. 240 and 248 is going to be your scoreline. And so far, just one person right there coming in from DICE. Aerith with a really big kill, but takes herself out. 249, 250, and for DICE. Plays perfect hard point all the way from P2 to P3, and Simplicity just drops the ball.
Oh my clutch. That is unbelievable composure from DICE. First and foremost, it goes back to the beginning of P2. They start to get pushed out. A couple of blessed spawns happen for the side of Simplicity, and you think that they're just going to win the game right as soon as the gold hard point opens up. Not the case. DICE somehow still find a way to get a couple of Temple spawns. They fight their way back in. Hacks was instrumental towards a lot of the solo holds that we saw near the end. I think he dropped like 43. But you have to look at the very end replay. I'm sure you'll see it in the kill feed. Aerith is the last player left alive, front side barrel at Trench. And she just earns up the Sparrow, pops it, finds 2, essentially shooting at her own feet.
Yeah.
Takes herself out of the picture. But the rest of DICE get there just in the nick of time. 1 kill goes the opposite way for Simplicity. They find the last 2 seconds they need. But like you mentioned, DICE play essentially perfect hard point there, rotating from 2 to 3, and it works out aces for them to steal away map number 1.
Everyone did a phenomenal job on the side of DICE. I mean, even for the other side as well. I mean, it's nice to see this back and forth that we'd like to see, but we obviously see a lot of adjustments being made by DICE. On the other side of things, in the past, they just have a hard time when it comes to contesting the point, always giving away scrap time, but now we're seeing a different kind of team, which is a nice kind of statement, knowing very well how much they kind of lost that momentum from the first round today.
Sure, absolutely the case. I mean, it's one of those things that, again, again, you can't really quantify in any form when it comes to, like, especially us as talent, but even in the midst of those that compete, you know, when you go through turmoil in the fact of we're ready to play, we know what we have to do today, wait a second, something unexpected happens, we have tech issues, that could completely boggle your mind. But the composure from DICE, multifaceted, not just getting prepped for this matchup, but also, like we continue to talk about, show some heroics and the Herculean effort to come back through 2 very difficult hard points on Apocalypse. So a key win there for DICE. Again, when we were talking about this series, we said that DICE had always struggled in hardpoint playing up against top teams. Now that they've won map number 1, it changes the whole dynamic for the rest of this series.
And we just gave them a little bit of a sneak peek a while ago. We mentioned that they needed to win 2, 3, and 5. They're just proving us wrong at this point. They're winning that one, man. I mean, imagine the adjustment that they had in that 1 week was essential because they looked like a completely different team in hardpoint compared to last week.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It's a huge shout out. But now we jump to the search and destroy, where as much as we spent a lot of our opening focus on how DICE needed to show some composure in the hardpoint, the same can now be said about Simplicity in the search and destroy. They've only won a single search and destroy to this point. We talked to Jesus at the top of the show asking about it, and he said flat out, our roster isn't necessarily fully set. We don't have full confidence in who we even want to play today. And then on top of that, the work that they've been trying to pull on search has not shown up yet, and it kind of sounded, based on kind of inferring off of his responses, that if it's not here today, they could be in a little bit of trouble.
And so you're opening things up in S&D in standoff where things can definitely be really, really close. So far, though, for the side of DICE, they played this up against Luminosity last week, and it was a pretty back and forth affair. So it's really convincing, and I feel like it was just in those last few moments where Luminosity, we've already seen how well they can perform in that S&D, is able to make those micro adjustments. They're definitely falling onto the shoulders of Aerith right now.
There's a lot of people that you can point to in a map like Standoff that could be influential. I think it just depends on what tempo and identity both these teams want to play at when it comes to this map. Because like you mentioned, we've only seen DICE play it. They played it up against Luminosity. It was a 7-5 affair, so it was really, really tight. Where on the other side, we haven't seen Simplicity play this map yet. So there's going to be a lot of questions, I think, to figure out what does Simplicity have in mind from a game plan to approach this map in the first place? Because you could do it in 2 ways. You could play on polar opposites of either staying really reserved, pull out 2 sniper rifles, play for picks, or try to pull a 3rd sub into the mix and see if you can get aggressive early and take away the map from the word go. Let's see how it goes. Simplicity will start things off on the defense, so mostly the onus is on the DICE to control tempo early, and how about it? They're going to get Says automatically into Covey with supporting nades with a shotgun. Raph flashed up. Here comes the chase, and Says will find first blood.
That is just confidence from Says to get that kill off of Raph. Right now, though, Aerith getting that pick off of Blur, and now Simplicity just falling little by little. And another gunfight trying to be won by Teabag right now, but Says just gets that kill again.
Little pixel peek, going prone right next to the barrel. Scouts out Jesus save, no answer. Now Teabag will lock down any potential rotation from cartels to play through wall or cafe. And if you can't take it by the inference in my voice, this is not looking all that likely for Simplicity. Really clean stuff from DICE. And again, we talked about identity being set early. It's all action right off the get-go for DICE, looking for a flawless round unless Kings has something to say about it.
So far, though, but with the Locust in hand, it's just going to be so difficult as DICE is just hugging their corners. And right now, Hacks with the punching gloves. There you go. Going aggressive into that ace side, but they're not going to be greeted by anyone there. Simplicity just kind of left it open, but let's see what kind of adjustments they're going to be making this time around.
The thing is, Simplicity will now know that Says is looking to get a shotgun up and early. Expect them to throw extra utility defensively to make sure that that A cubby is at least contested, but look at the difference. Variability here from DICE. Saves will be on flank watch with the shotgun. Figure that the focus here for DICE will largely be off of what they can get, maybe out of even Aerith playing through mid-map, as that seems to be the focused area here for DICE on this offensive approach.
So far, though, Aerith doesn't spot anyone. Raph is going to be in a really good corner. That actually allows Simplicity to have a little bit more map control. So far, mid is going to be wide open for DICE. Hax has been pesky in this particular spot. So far, though, trying to get that information down, as Aerith still needs to find that pick.
Yeah.
Still a stalemate.
And Awaken is the one who's holding onto the bomb right now, so that AR is not really going to be in the picture. This is all about playing for picks for Aerith or timing out of these external subs that are playing on the outsides of the map. Double stack for Simplicity over towards A. That was Blur stepping in, trying to see if he can maybe pick out Aerith, but the opportunity is missed, and he will back out. Hacks trying to feel out space through Cafe. It's Jesus saves, shouldering the backside doorway, but he gives up the angle And now Hax has so much space. Oh, but King saves a life. Saves also look to get aggressive through back alley. Cartels shuts it down, and Simplicity have provided the defensive response needed against Dice here in the second round.
Patience for Simplicity, definitely going to be pulling off as Teabag, though, equalizes. Still, man advantage coming in from Simplicity, but Jesus saves, tries to goes for that kill, bomb down, 3v1. Aerith with the sniper. Is going to be so difficult. Spots that leg of Kings, though. Able to get that snipe off. Possibility to get that second one. Yes, right there. But the question is, where is that last player? Where is Cartel's going to be hiding? She has a vague description in her head where the last player will be.
She does collect the bomb and a CBR. Should be a free plant here. Cartel's not moving rapidly. Will get up to top statue or tank side, but you have to be worried about Aerith trying to get a snipe off. Opening shots are decent. Aerith still trusting the SMG. Cartels, other side, just trying to find information. Aerith holding, now the reload. Everything resets to 1v1, full health for both players. Aerith slides away. Cartels has heard something, takes the check, but doesn't quite get the read. 20 seconds on the clock. Cartels has to go, and he saves the round. Aerith nearly with the 1v3, just could not quite get a lock on Cartel's push.
Really good effort, though, to try to figure out where Cartels was, and Cartels actually played that to perfection. So far, we're going to be even things out. Dice tried to go in there for a pretty good push, just trying to go for the information from Axe. Almost getting that first blood, but the timing of Simplicity was just too good in that round.
Yeah, I think their defensive control was just much more, just overall clean. And now look at this, Simplicity 3-man stack aggressive towards Hotel side. Teabag is running right into a trap. He's got absolutely no idea. There's sound cues all over the place. He gets surprised by Cartels. And Simplicity will dominate map control through mid. And with Kings picking up onto saves towards A, the opportunity for Hax to make a solo play is essentially out the window. You need a pick here if you're Dice before you can even attempt to get a bomb planted.
So far, though, Aerith able to get that kill, QQ9 in hand, something that we don't really get to see every day. Able to equalize. It's still very doable for Dice, though, as the bomb carrier Hax is just going to be sitting still right there, not making any kind of movement whatsoever. And she does spot that one player, but
I don't know.
Information given.
I don't know if she saw him. I mean, we've got a bright blue outline to look at, but that was the slightest of pixel peaks. Rotation still comes through regardless, though. Aerith still searching for something through mid, and now that she's here, Hax can back up and plant, knowing that Aerith can play bodyguard. It's just all about timing here, though, for Dice. It looks like they're going to set their post plant up to try to play on top of the site. If they could get Aerith back over towards warehouse windows, there actually would be an angle for her to watch over this, but you could see the nerves about trying to back up, not 100% sure where Simplicity is. So it comes down to the 3v2 retake. Kings, first contact. Dice looking to get aggressive, and it may work out. Kings is in trouble. Ah, but Blur saves a life. And now it's just down to Aerith again for the 1v3.
Here we go again, and Jesus saves, gets rid of Aerith, and I feel like they should have planted for boxes instead because they definitely had the advantage. We've seen it before, that post-plant setup. And so far, Simplicity just playing their numbers so patiently, and that's so good, always waiting for the plant.
And I will say, as much as we could see everything, it's easy for us to make that call. Right. I can understand the stress that Aerith has in terms of not being able to go windows when you know that there was a heavy-handed push for Simplicity through mid. Anybody could have pushed around the backside of Bakery, backside of Hotel. It's so hard to get a read. And once again, Simplicity are going to trust this until I imagine it gets broken. So Dice need to put together a response here because there's an edge towards Simplicity defensively taking over Hotel like this.
Raph, though, spots Hax, and that relays that information. Aerith gets that first pick off, but still no map control whatsoever from Dice. But that's an important first blood that they needed. So far, though, Simplicity still having such an effect here through mid. Jesus saves, applies that pressure, but information to his team given.
That is brilliant in terms of Dice kind of forcing, but Cartel's down low. Gets two out of nowhere and single-handedly saves the round. Dice getting that opening pick from Aerith's scope actually puts a ton of stress onto Simplicity staying in mid like that, but Cartel saves the day. And everything kind of resets into a pretty open 2v2. Dice should have some idea, especially with those nades landing, that this should lead to a free plant here at A. Kings will not be able to contest, and this time Aerith will feel more confident backing out. Does she see Kings? Yes, but can't quite lock the shot, and we'll go into a post-plant 2v2.
At least they know that Kings is far away. Try to go in for that open plant. They don't have information as to where Cartel is, though. So right now, finally, Aerith able to go in there confidently, knowing that there's no one there by boxes, and Eerie through strat shoe. So that's going to be a really good setup.
Marker. King's lucky to be alive. And look at the response. They saw Aerith starting to back up towards boxes, so they say, we have to make sure he doesn't have window control. This is a smart retake early in terms of Simplicity's efforts. Problem is, Teabag is still holding in a corner with the CBR, and Aerith can pop up as soon as contact is made to try to assist a little bit deeper towards barrels. So whatever happens here for Simplicity has to be clean and it has to be quick. Here comes the contact. Cartel's likely to be the first one in. Do they double chow this correctly? There's the slide through. Teabag gets red. Kings misses the opening shot. Aerith and Teabag both collect individually, and we get tied up at 2.
Both of these teams are showing such great promise here in SND. It's just the back and forth that we love to see. Simplicity, try to go in there again. I mean, it was a really smart push, trying to go in there for that long wraparound. But DICE just played it to perfection, just trying to hold their corners well so far. Smoke going in there, that provides saves to go in there for a really aggressive push, and Jesus Saves goes down.
Cartels again, though, does provide a response, so everything stays relatively neutral here at mid. Interestingly enough, Raph, with the shotgun, doesn't have full control of Staircase, so he's got to be a little bit careful. And actually, he just goes a bit more aggressive. That is very fortunate that Saves wasn't there to watch that cross. Meanwhile, though, Aerith does find a long-range battle versus Kings, which she wins. So as the bomb is still in hand, this should surely lead to Awakening on the plant. And with Cartels and Raph kind of stuck at mid with an SMG and a shotgun, this is not what you want weaponry-wise for Simplicity trying to retake a 2v4.
And this is good. You see Teabag right there on the best kind of flank watch whatsoever. Spots Raph, but Trigger Discipline right there. Raph spots him as well. Teabag just makes his presence known.
Like, brother, you want to throw some of those shotgun slugs at me? Have at it, brother. Pistol has to come out for Raph. Does find a Fennec. Aerith tags, Awakening finishes him off. Now it's just down to Cartels for the 1v4. Not a lot of time. Not a lot of chance either. And Saves in the corner will make sure it doesn't really get off the ground. Yeah, good response here from DICE. Just throw a smoke, make the chaos happen through mid, and hit him a different way than playing through backdoor. It works out for him nicely.
And we haven't seen them do that play, actually. So it's nice to see some sort of variation off that smoke. And it really is. Are you going to be respecting it? Simplicity did not respect that smoke, and they paid for it. Right now, player number 4, that's Cartel, trying to get that information down, throwing these nades in through Statue.
That trophy system, though, doesn't really destroy anything, so DICE haven't given away that they're trying to make a play over towards A with just raw numbers. And keep your eye on Hacks. How has he gotten here? Decent trade from Blur, but again, look what this does to the defense. It completely pins them back into their spawn, essentially. Bomb will be planted at A. And Aerith is still alive with a chance to watch mid and potentially rotate back to safety if needed. So this is, again, a difficult situation for Simplicity, even though they hold the numbers in a 4v3.
Good information relayed to Aerith, though, knowing the fact that there might be a plant because the last point of contact was actually in back alley. So far, though, Blur gonna be the first point of contact for her. Smoked out, though.
What
as
a nade.
Kings got that nade and cooked very perfectly.
Saves in the corner, has to find 2 here. Doesn't get the first. Okay, good retake for Simplicity. I mean, we got a really nice overhead look at that nade landing right in between the feet of that player backside tractor. So 3-3 goes the half, and the chess game is deep right now. I mean, we're seeing aggression immediately countered by good controlled gameplay. And for Simplicity, know that they love to also get a shotgun to the mix off on the offensive side. Raph will pull it out. He's number 5 in blue, and he's looking to take him through mid immediately. Hacks would be there to meet him, but the shotgun too good. First blood tally, and Simplicity hold the mid map.
Simplicity's doing what LG actually did. Just apply that pressure, get rid of Hacks early on with that shotgun. It's working out for them. So far, 2-1-1 right now is going to be the split of DICE, and just applying that pressure here as a defense.
This isn't terrible for DICE, though. They know that they're going to be vulnerable at B, but Teabag could rotate through Cafe quickly if needed. Aerith is also playing towards hay bales to watch across to catch intel. And then your defensive setup at A includes an AR in the corner by Cubby and Saves with a shotgun on top of the bomb. And he can finesse his life for an eternity, believe you me.
Minute on the clock. So far, still no movement coming in from Simplicity, wanting to have a little bit more mid-presence, knowing very well that it could be opened up. But also, Aerith is just trying to look for that information for her team. And so far, she will be the first point of contact.
She has to hit something here. Yeah, it was a defensive nade that got delayed, thrown over towards B. Problem is, Kings away from the play has found a kill. Teabag gets one, but it's not the bomb planter. So 4v3, numbers to Simplicity. And there's really not a way that Saze gets into this play. Not with just a pistol and a shotgun, you'd think. And he's been red. Nice isolation for Simplicity. Last player left is Aerith around the back, and with a pistol and sniper rifle combination, this is one of those good luck, have fun moments, as Simplicity should cruise their way to a 4th round.
Simplicity just played it so well. Even though that DICE just heavily stacked that alpha, they had the information that, okay, maybe they're heavily stacking their corners. Went in there for that Bravo push, popping that smoke that just essentially blinds Aerith, and that is just a really good take coming in from Simplicity.
And just, I think overall, on top of that, the mentality and awareness to sit there and say, we got first blood frontside hotel, we know we hold advantages at mid, let's try to find a way to get this bomb planted here. Great awareness of Simplicity, not trying to make things too complicated, as their name would suggest. And quick action here over towards A. Raph gets the first. He gets cubby control as well with that. Awaken was trying to assist, but with Saze dropping, he can't hold strong. And once again, Simplicity have cracked a code early. A response kill comes through. Keep your eye on T-Bag, number 3 in yellow through mid-map. He finds one. Has a chance to pinch this site quickly, but must have got it tagged up in the play. Backs off. Blur will take care of him off screen. And Raph will essentially keep this door closed through barrel side, forcing Awaken to kind of have to make the first play here. And as he gets tagged up, pretty much the chances of this retake, you would think, have gone out the window, but Aerith almost opens the door back up, but can't quite get it through. Simplicity get up 5-3.
Here we go. Simplicity is just doing a phenomenal job at changing up the pace and went in there aggressively into that alpha side instead. And that just allows DICE to be very much surprised that there's so many Simplicity players there. So far, 4-1 push actually going in through that side.
Saze will get aggressive through mid. There must be a smoke here. He's gotten all the way to the offensive tank by statue, and he can just hold this position. I imagine Awaken is going to try to work his way back into sight to watch his cross, and that seems to be the case. DICE need to feel confident in this setup, though. The last 2 rounds have largely been lost because they've just given away first bloods in key positions. Force Simplicity to make a play here. Everything is yours right now if you're DICE.
But that smoke coming in from that tank side just prompted Simplicity to just push up just a tiny bit. Hold up. There might be players from DICE that are pushed up aggressively, and that is a good response for them. So far, trying to go in there for that Granny. No information yet, though. Trying to get that map control. Looks like they want to go in for that back alley control. Will be met by T-Bag.
Hax is also nearby in case there is a chance to secure a trade if this goes wrong. But you're absolutely right. Simplicity would have to either overwhelm this play back. Oh, what a bait and switch. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Raph just slid like I don't even know what. That was the slitheriest thing I think I've seen in a minute. Saze does find one in return, but the trade is immediately there to follow, and Simplicity hold numbers now with 38 seconds on the clock.
Awaken going to be that first point of contact here in Alpha, and Aerith need to go and push it, and he gets traded out. Beautiful trades coming in from Simplicity, knowing very well that they should be pushing 1 by 1. Bomb carrier, though, going to be alone, as everyone else from Simplicity going to be busy when it comes to that last player of DICE, that's Hax. So far, though, they're in a really good setup.
Oh, yeah, and Hax is in a world of hurt here trying to rotate through. Does get some elbow control, but he's dancing with the devil, and Blur puts him to bed. But oh my goodness, Raph just, he just put him on skates back alley. That was the quickest slide out, slide back I've seen in a minute. That was a masterclass bait and switch to controlled refrigerator area.
Need to see more of that in Call of Duty Mobile. Right now, though, same case. T-Bag gonna be right there in back alley. So far, free plant coming in from Simplicity, though. They're gonna allow the plant to happen, but the trades do come through from both of these teams. Aerith able to get rid of one more player, one less man from the line of defense of Simplicity.
But a good commitment from Cartels. We talked about the roster. We weren't sure who we were going to see. Cartels makes the right read here. Gets the bomb planted. He knows he's got a sniper rifle behind him and an AR that can watch this post plant. It's just all about, can he go 1 for 1? Maybe he does better than that. Finds the first, slips out. Allowed to get the reload off, but does get overwhelmed. Now it's onto these post plant defenders. Kings getting the first over the top. Misses the second. Hax trying to push him back. Blur on his horse trying to get here to assist, and oh, does he ever. Last chance against Aerith. There's a pistol battle, and she wins the duel. Keeps DICE alive a little while longer. But boy, Simplicity They are looking mighty fine. That was the right read, the right idea. Just couldn't quite win the final pistol duel.
Yeah, it was just heroics coming in from Aerith, and that's something that I don't want to see from a team. It's just to rely on those heroics. You can see on the kill feed right now, 13 for Aerith. Awaken needs to literally be awakened. Just 2 kills to his name, though.
Yeah, it's been a real tough go to get the ARs into place, really for both sides. Blur lately has popped up, but he's been saving a lot of lives. King's going to play deep backside boxes. This time, no immediate aggression from Saves, but he's still in a really tricky spot up through mid. And he may find timing here. Wait, did Simplicity hear him? They're looking for him, and oh, there must have been a read. Cartels, he gets the pick, keeps both himself and Raph alive, and now Blur has created problems through back alley. Simplicity on the hunt. Here comes the push. Hax has to find at least one. Not quite able to. Awaken, next one up. It's clean from Cartels. Give him a dozen. And the plant. Simplicity looking good for the map, pending they can hold off Aerith and Teabag.
Here we go. A dynamic duo. What can you do? Raph is going to be holding up a really good spot here for the R9. Aerith gets that kill, but a 1v3 is going to be providing so difficult with just 30 seconds left on the clock. 14 kills to her name. Jesus Save's going to be holding a really good angle here in top Grady. Not just that, Bakery Control right now coming in from the side of Raph and gets that first point of contact, and Simplicity wins this S&D.
Wow, that did not look like a team that's only won one search throughout the group stage to this point. That is very, very clean stuff. And I think the thing about it is, even though it's going to read a 7-4, people are going to think, Shift, you're over-embellishing this. This was still a close game. The rounds that DICE were winning were so mentally taxing that it never really felt like they were able to control the tempo, the pattern. Maybe outside of just the first round overall, Simplicity put together a beautiful response defensively. They don't give away too much space. And then once they get to the offense, the opening first bloods just created too many issues for DICE to be able to really put together any sort of a logistical setup.
And we already mentioned earlier, especially that interview with Jesus, it's like Pepe or Cartels, and who are you going to be choosing? He was saying we don't know yet. And so far, Cartels just putting up a masterclass on how to play this S&D, always at the right moment, at the right time. And also when it comes to those bait and switches from Simplicity, we've seen it being played beautifully.
Yeah, 100% the case. And that's just textbook, right? I mean, those are the things that doesn't matter what form of Call of Duty you're playing, you love to see. So like you mentioned, big kill totals for Cartels and Blur, but everyone really, I would say, pulled their weight for the side of Simplicity, getting them that 7-4 win. And now we move over to the raid control. And this is where things become more of a, I don't want to say a coin flip, but it definitely feels more 50-50 comparatively to how we opened up with the hard point and what we assumed would happen in the search. But so far, assumptions for us have been wrong, and that's why they say you don't assume things.
Yeah, I mean, caster predictions are bound to be cursed, right? At this point in time, especially in the late stages of competition like this. So right now, we're just, for me, I'm giving a little bit of slack for DICE because they did take a map off of LG, but we already know how bad LG actually performs in raid. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's mixed bag, right? It's just, we don't know what we're going to get out of that LG team when it comes to raid. So I think this is really going to be down to the bounce back for the teams, or players rather, for the side of DICE that really did not find a way to get into that search and destroy. Awaken in particular, very slow map for him. Didn't really feel like he had a chance to take many gunfights, which is problematic on a map like Raid, where you assume, again, we don't like to do that after what we just saw, that the ARs are going to be the ones trusted to lock down lanes. That's always a key no matter what side of the control zones you spawn on. So my eyes are on Awaken here to see if DICE can start this off hot.
It's just so interesting how both of these teams just gradually made themselves better at this point in time where everything mattered the most. We expected, everything topsy-turvy, that's why. We expected that, okay, maybe for DICE they're going to have a hard time for hard point, but you know, that's one thing that I'm noticing right now for DICE. Everything seems very taxing on them, not just in that S&D, but also in that hard point.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like heroics from Aerith at the very end just made the biggest difference.
2 points away from this being a 2-0 for Simplicity, so yeah, it definitely lingers with you, at least in the back of your mind. And it will be DICE on the offense here, so onus is on them to try to get something going here early. And well, as Hax finds first blood, the whole focus for DICE will be over towards this B zone. Raph through the smoke. Whoa, tries to finesse his way in for a couple, but it's Teabag who shuts him down, and the long-range shots from Teabag. Mercy. That'll keep him on the zone in a minute 19 with the stall. The stack will get this progress going quickly, and Teabag is off to the races.
Shift, I didn't know that the CBR4 was an AR at this point. Man, it's been beaming. Right now, DICE gets a hold of that Bravo flag. A lot of lives left, a lot of time. And so far, that mid control definitely going to be a big part of the reason why they've been winning a lot of their control games.
Yeah, Simplicity just do not want to give up kitchen control. It's a good position to try to lock down any potential threat for a spawn trap. And as Jesus finds the first, Teabag thinks about it, but he's got the option to play for streaks here. And I think all of us are hoping that he does that. It looks like that will indeed be the case. Defensive smoke comes out, trying to block this opening doorway, giving a little bit of breathing room here for Simplicity. And keep your eye on Blur at the bottom side of the map. He's gotten bedroom control, so DICE are essentially forced to have to play through Laundry. And if you tally the minimap, Simplicity are ready for this push.
I was going to say, they have a really good defensive setup right now. Just those 2 players definitely going to be huge. Also playing their utility super well. It's just a matter of those 4 players from DICE trying to funnel in through kitchen, knowing very well how important that point is.
Oh, Jesus gets 2. Does get traded out. Not bad news for either side at the moment. But DICE kind of break through the mold of this very good lockdown for Simplicity. Cartels, nice follow-up. Doubles down and once more gives Simplicity the edge here through mid. Lots of flashes coming out though. DICE off the respawn. Quick to hit this. Teabag again. Just forces his way in like a crowbar. Awaken over the top of the head. He can't quite get the better of Raph. And back and forth we go. But in this whole process, a minute 15's been taken off the clock. So that will force DICE to have to consider playing for the objective, but boy, they are finding kills and they're finding them quickly as they've got the spawn trap now in play.
Although Blur is definitely going to be a problem later on when they try to go in there for the objective, and so far they're losing up on all those gunfights. So far, Simplicity, even though that they are down with the lives, they can definitely play time. 40 seconds left to play with Aerith. Definitely going to be pesky in this side. We've seen her absolutely smash it here in this area.
She needs her teammates to find success though through kitchen, otherwise her position will really not be used. Cartels. Down low gets 1. DICE come out on top of the trades though. Aerith trying to sneak in towards jungle, and Simplicity with their last 3 lives will not be trapped here, but they have to find a way to regain the Z zone and do it cleanly. First tick of progress is locked. Clock stopped at 31 seconds, and Cartels does make safe the flank, but here comes the stack. 3 members on. The progress going so rapidly, but Jesus gets a kill, doesn't get traded out. There's still a chance for them to recontest this. But the problem is, everybody from DICE are here, ready to go. Jesus gets the first, but can't quite get the other 2 in the corner, and DICE will take the opening offense.
It really is DICE just being so pesky and relentless into that kitchen area, not stopping at all, even though they were like losing a lot of the gunfights. Still non-stop flooding in through that kitchen side that allowed them to go in for that mini spawn trap and eventually getting that ace side. Simplicity now need to find a way to answer the Teabag because so far he's just winning a lot of the gunfights.
Cartel's gonna go to the early War Machine, trying to use that to block out any of these early approach angles. He does take down 1, but his Pred missile will clear the majority of this zone out. So explosives for explosives. Hax will also get control of Art and push further forward to deal with the War Machine. So map control goes the way of DICE. They'll deplete the first tick of progress at B, and Simplicity again are feeling pressure in spawn.
Teabag in a really good spot here in Zig to try and stop that push in mid. So far, it's still mid. Second Predator missile being brought out by DICE at the moment. Speaking of attacks, 4-man push coming in from Alpha will be met by Saze, but Awaken is finally awake and tries to go in there for those kills, gets 2.
You saw, I think it was Raph who had the trophy system collapsed in hand, was trying to toss the loaf onto the ground. It just didn't quite get there in time. Saze making problems, I'll say Herb furthermore with the claw out, but he does get shut down, so hold on a second. Simplicity have worked their way through this pretty nicely. The biggest opponent here, not necessarily the lives, it's the clock. And it's Raph, big slide through gunfight win. He will get on, stop it at 27 seconds. Teabag into the Annihilator, and he's gonna try to work this in from behind. Does clear out the zone, so again, DICE doing what's required to keep the pressure on Simplicity.
Teabag able to not only stop the push in Alpha, but also stop the push in from bedside. Creates an invisible line. 13 and 19 is going to be your scoreline, but with 13 seconds left and no one from Simplicity even nowhere near a hard point, I mean a control point rather, it's just going to be so difficult for them.
Yeah, they're so split focused right now as well. You've got players towards A, players towards B. 1 second on the clock, number 5 in blue, it's Raph. He gets on, he's low on HP, but he's got the claw out. Hax can't quite find him. Hold on a second, this is progress happening now on both zones. And honestly, if you're Simplicity, you need to give up this play towards A and just win mid-map control. You cannot afford to lose more lives here. But Kings has committed, tries to stay alive in the smoke. Camera gets broken, Teabag finesses. But while this is all occurring, second tick of progress over towards B gets locked. DICE are gonna go for this. They're gonna try to retake. This is dangerous. You lose lives here, and you give an extra 60 seconds to Simplicity. You've given them a lifeline, and they will wisely concede the zone in favor of playing for the life count.
Man, Simplicity, that was clutch. Not just that, able to kind of recompose themselves, equalizing when it comes to those lives with 52 seconds left to try to capture that 8 point. So far, looking like a top laundry control is on their end. Will be met by 2 players though as T-Bag spots them.
Says peeking, finds one, slips away. That's a huge elimination for Dice to hold on to this backside laundry push at jungle. More nades coming off the get-go of the respawns from Dice. 9 plays 6. 30 seconds on the clock. Simplicity do not have the time to set up this spawn trap. You have to get a break over towards the zone. Aerith making that difficult with the sniper rifle out in play. Jesus watching over towards the back. Cartels clears out 1 through kitchen. This is the hit right here, right now. There are 3 operators at the ready for Simplicity. If they feel that they've got ground to gain, they very well may pop it, and Cartels has opened the door. They're going to get on. Stop the clock at 8 seconds. There's the War Machine from Cartels, but he only gets 1 with it. Dice under pressure. We've got a 4v4 situation. No response for Dice and operators at the moment. First tick of progress. Looking like it could be good. But Dice are taking their time, trying to set up the retake. There's the first tick. Hacks on the corner. Knows that Raph is on the other side of the wall. Jesus pops out the Sparrow. Tries to make sure nobody contests. Hunter Killer Drone gets dodged by Raph. Second tick of progress gets locked. 4v2 situation. Aerith and Hacks have to go, but it's a sniper rifle and an AR. Aerith with the Sparrow finds nothing. It's just down to Hacks. But no, can't get there to contest in Simplicity. Salvage an offense.
My goodness, the clutch from trying to get that Bravo flag with just 1 second left on the clock, equalizing it here in this alpha. And not just that, Dice wasted a Sparrow in that moment. And that's just gonna leave them so empty-handed when it comes to this attacking round.
Wow. I mean, these have been some hard-fought offensive rounds. Smoke comes over towards B. The fight for ring underway. Raph breaks an ankle or 2, but Dice have the numbers. They determine the first tick of progress at B gets locked. And careful here, Cartels has found an angle to control backside ring. Awakened in trouble, he gets eliminated, and the clock will continue to tick as the second tick of progress fades.
Here we go. So far, 3 players coming in from Simplicity on that B side. The rest of Dice trying to go in for that A push. Just not having any kind of map control whatsoever, and you usually get to see a little bit more of mid control on their end. So far, just 1 player from Blur, Purifier in hand, but gets denied.
He tried to make the solo play happen, just hoping he could just stay alive in a corner, but it doesn't work out. And now Dice have everything they could possibly want when it comes to controlling this A zone. First tick locked, second on the way. Raph shut down through money window. Say's in his way. Hacks also reinforced into the poolside staircase, and there is just nothing here for Simplicity to work with. That said, though, Dice have gotten off this zone, so it does give an opportunity for Simplicity to use his position topside bedroom on the minimap, and the kills aren't fully there, but the pressure is on. Second tick gets locked. Simplicity going to give it a go. Blur from the front. You got Jesus around the back. Third tick only halfway done. But with those kills coming through, Dice will be able to lock it in.
Good presence of mind of Simplicity to keep at least 1 player right there to try and defend. So far, though, Hacks with the Purifier doesn't really quite connect. Jesus saves, able to regen. And now for Simplicity, need to find the way to draw the line. And so far, Raph with the Claw finds 1, but not going to be able to find a lot of these kills, but he will be patient.
This is all about who spawn traps harder right now. Dice is going to be allowed to play in Simplicity's base. The same is going to be said on the other side as number 5 in blue. Raph is playing over towards garage side. And this is like the definition of like Call of Duty base racing.
I know.
On traps harder. The only problem for Dice is not only are they not finding a lot of kills, they were down in the life count to begin with. And Raph is still causing issues. Goodness gracious. He's killed off so many lives and more importantly, so much of the clock. Dice will find an exit, but backs up against the wall here offensively. They need to find something to work with. They need it quickly.
Man, it's just really trying to go in for that objective control that they needed to go into the first place. Hacks gets that kill though, but 49 seconds left on the clock and 14 plays 9 with just 1 tick of progress here in Bravo. It's definitely going to be very difficult. Kings, Hunter Killer Drone in hand. It's still no kind of map control whatsoever here from Dice, and this is the one last push that they need.
Yeah, they have to find individual success across the map right here, right now. Says, you see him on the mini-map right here. Dom towards the backside of Kitchen. T-Bag trying to work with him, but neither will find much success, and Dice will simply just run out of fuel trying to hit this B zone. So we'll see our first defense likely come through here. Just comes down to how much damage can Simplicity do in these final moments to earn up some more operators or maybe even some streaks, because Kings is on 4, he will get 5. Aerith shuts him down for anything more, but Dice will try to contest this, but with a 12v3, you just don't feel very likely that this will find much success, and it will not. Simplicity take the edge 2-1.
At this point, DICE probably shouldn't have gone through that spawn trap. They probably went in for that objective control instead. Simplicity answers back. They clap back as they do have the advantage right now. One more round for them and they'll have the lead in the series. And so far, DICE needs to find their footing because they were kind of shaken up into that attacking round from Simplicity.
Yeah. And look at the tools that are available for Simplicity. They're going to have 4 operators right off the get-go. Kings, Blur, both going to pop. It's Annihilator and a Purifier out. Claw to respond, and DICE are coming out on top of this. Blur does not get involved at all, and it saves for 3. Huge defensive advantages early. It's a 5-for-1 exchange. Make it 6, and Says is not finished.
Up in your face right now. They know where he is. Pops to the Hunter-Killer drone, possibly to get that kill, but unfortunately for him, Jesus Save is going to be quick. That also allows DICE to kind of push in so deep, and this is what we need to see from DICE, that mid-map control. So far, Simplicity having a hard time to go in there for the break.
Yeah, and this was such an expensive break-off for Simplicity, popping 2 operators and finding nothing with it. Smoke makes life difficult for DICE here, but the same can be said unless Kings can double down. No. Hacks down low. Goodness gracious, is he the hardest kill on the map or what? Just a little finesse god, slips behind the rocks. Makes himself essentially untradeable, and DICE are still in position. Numbers for Simplicity off spawn are decent, but the power position of Laundry ends up favoring DICE, again, creating a significant life lead. So yes, the clock will stop for a moment here, but even if you get the extra 60, you've got a 9-life lead for DICE defensively. They've done exactly what you would want to see.
So far, though, Aerith goes down with her Sparrow, only providing herself just 1 kill. 19 placed in, but we've seen how Simplicity can play their lives really well. So far, though, second tick of progress in Bravo denied. Pushes back right now. They have no choice but to try to go in for that alpha push, but play number 1, that's Hacks. Tried to go in there for that flip, but doesn't happen.
Yeah, this would have to be a straight slaughter for Simplicity to work their way back into this offense, and Says cancels the reload, gets himself a double. And help from Aerith will keep him alive a little while longer as well. So clean defense for clean defense. We go to round 5. And the thing about it is, outside of Aerith maybe popping a Sparrow that wasn't necessary, DICE will hold the advantage when it comes to operators, you'd figure. Both are at 2 at the moment, but I think Teabag and Sayes should be able to earn theirs up pretty soon. We haven't seen them use one in a minute.
So far, both of these teams have 2 operators to play with. It's a matter of timing. For DICE, I think they probably would want to counter the possibility of Aerith trying to go in there for those kills. She does. Big kill for her.
And the focus over towards B is already so good. Raph's under pressure. He's popped the claw in the middle of the smoke. He's still alive, though. Goodness, even while flashed up. Raph essentially holds off what looked to be a very successful break-off for DICE. Give him 3 with the claw. And Simplicity will hold advantages. Quick respawn for DICE with numbers down towards A, though. There's no defense in place to really respond to this. So if DICE get a read and can stack, this hit towards A could actually find a lot of success for them.
Oh, Blur wins an essential gunfight and just takes down Hacks, and that just gives him a lot of time to play with, and also that allows Simplicity to go in and rotate, but he does go down. So far, though, Jesus saves, try to stop the push all by himself, gets spotted out, but eventually not getting a lot of those kills that he wanted.
I mean, DICE is still in a really good position to work around the back here. Keep your eye on Says through basketball. Well, he loses his teammates from the front, so that makes life a little bit more difficult. He essentially has to make a solo play, and will provide. Good help from Hacks on the other side. Leaves Cartels as the only defender nearby, and he really can't do too much from money window. So first tick of progress is locked. Teabag gonna pop out the Annihilator. Hacks also with the Purifier through. Kills coming their way, and this has to be a concession. Simplicity just cannot contest this any further as the second tick gets locked, and yep, they're gonna back off and just set up their B defense.
At this point, if you're DICE, you're already getting that information that they're gonna be giving up the spot. Need to find a way to set up for that Bravo side. We've seen this already before. Their lives are even at the moment. Kings get an essential kill, but does get spotted out. Awaken doesn't really quite get those kills down, but gets away with his life.
Well, Says has a read here that Simplicity is trying to get aggressive over towards Garage. And if DICE are aware of this, they should push through Kitchen and either get around the back towards Laundry and move the spawns, or just flood through this mid position at Pillars. Jesus in their way. Raph also assisting, making sure the spawn trap for DICE is essentially in play. And you need to make a decision right here, right now if you're DICE. You cannot afford to allow Says to just be farmed in the back.
Raph is so good in that spot. He did that a while ago in their past defensive round, and so far he's still getting majority of the kills. Finally says, goes and brings him down. So far though, Dice still trying to maintain that control. So far, no control whatsoever as Simplicity trying to go in there for the hunt. They're pinching them down.
This is taking a lot of time, but Hacks, whoa, wait a second. He actually forced Cartels into a war machine. What? That could be a crucial mistake for Simplicity if Dice can find a way to break their way back on towards the zone. 32 seconds on the clock. Jesus up top, trying to play through Flowers, and yeah, he does nicely there. Contests over through Art. Kings is also in a spot to kind of get a read through top statue. Things looking good for Simplicity. Kings, Annihilator out. Could be the nail in the coffin, and he connects on to Says. Could anyone from DICE even get here in time? It may not matter. 14 plays 4. DICE looked like they may have had an opportunity, but a split-second decision that doesn't quite go their way through mid allows Simplicity to gain control of Garage, and they will take the swing map 3-2.
Seems like for DICE, they are just having a pretty good time at Alpha trying to capture that point, but they just don't have it kind of answers when it comes to rotating into the Bravo site. They're just like, okay, where we go? It's like kind of like a little bit of a dance around. They just seem so unsure as to where to go.
Yeah, I think the biggest finger you could point is when we kind of already listed it out, where Saze was essentially getting farmed in the Garage off spawn every single time, and the rest of the 4 members for DICE, it didn't really look like they knew what they wanted to do. Did we want to push through Kitchen up towards Laundry, force the defensive spawns to be back towards that backside of Jungle, or do we want to fully hit through Pillars, create an opportunity for us to go save Saze, and also make progress on the zone? They didn't really do either. And Simplicity were able to kind of reap the reward of that indecision. So a really good control, all things told. It really just comes down to the one IGL moment right there at the end that didn't really give DICE a chance to extend that offense.
Man, take a look at that. Cartels again being that MVP. 29 kills to his name. Hacks on the other end of things having that 30, but I mean, this was a really close control. It's a back and forth, but this is something that we've been seeing already in the past 3 rounds. It could have been a 3-0 at this point.
Could have been.
To the favor of Simplicity right now. It's always that's DICE back against the walls, trying to play into those heroics that we're seeing right now.
So again, just to continue to reiterate what this means for playoffs, DICE has to take map 4 and map 5 to put it into a 3-way tiebreaker scenario. Otherwise, Simplicity will move on and Devious will move on, with Simplicity in the number 3 seed. Devious would be in the number 4 seed. So that's what's on the line here. And coming up next, we've got Takeoff followed by a potential of Express. Where's your head at when it comes to this map 4?
Oh man, Takeoff is definitely a map that I think that Simplicity, it's been close. I mean, both of these teams kind of play Takeoff a little bit topsy-turvy. We don't have really much of a sample size here, but I think coming in from Simplicity, knowing very well that they are so good when it comes to their ARs, because for DICE, we need to see Awaken just do a really good job when it comes to the long range.
That's a good point. And I think just on top of that, we mentioned Saze's name there at the end because he was kind of getting farmed in spawn. He also has had a couple of poor respawns now. He nearly went double negative in the first map, and I think he did go double negative there. It was like 18 and 30, so maybe not fully, but close. He needs to pop up, I think, in a major way, because whenever you start to see Saze and Hacks really take over in hardpoint, this DICE team becomes very difficult to deal with. So that's, I think, maybe the biggest X factor, on top of the fact that, yes, a map like Takeoff, you're assuming that we're going to see a lot of very key long-range gunfight battles, locking down spawns, being able to anchor and win rotation is obviously the name of the game when it comes to this map mode combination. So lots of little things for us to keep an eye on, but I think it starts first and foremost with all of the individuals coming through and putting together a good opening to this respawn to build a little bit momentum back.
And speaking of those ARs, on the flip side of things, you already mentioned that Simplicity need to step it up when it comes to their gunfights. We already mentioned Blur and that S&D took a little bit long when it comes to heating up, but eventually did find his footing back. And he also had pretty big kills in those control rounds as well. So right now he will be an essential player right now for Simplicity to create that space for his team.
Yep, I like it. Those are all the things, but of course our focus stays with who even makes it into the playoffs. It's going to be a heartbreak end of this North American region, right? Because 3 out of the 4, or really I guess now we're like 2 out of the 3 that we were talking about at the beginning of the day, make it into stage 4 playoffs. And then when we get there, only 3 of the 4 make it to stage 5. So there's heartbreak here today, and there will be heartbreak again when we eventually get to Seattle. But before all that happens, we've got to get through the Takeoff. Simplicity and DICE. It's DICE fighting for their lives. Let's get to it. Let's get it on.
Here we go. Simplicity gonna be rushing in through this side. So far though, DICE has a more favorable spawn, but is able to just give away that side. Jesus saves, actually slips up.
A little bit of high ground control preferred here by DICE. Gunfight's not quite going their way, though. Allows Simplicity a lot of early time. I mean a lot of early time. Dice will finally get through and try to contest this, but they've lost the numbers and they've lost the high ground position. Simplicity using that beautifully. A couple of trades come back and forth. Hardpoint goes neutral. And Saves actually wins kind of a slip-away gunfight as he gets the pistol out, then follows up with the QQ9 again. And Dice will now hold a bit of presence through mid to get some time of their own.
So far, though, Dice still need to find a way to step on the point. Will be met by these two players. Jesus saves, and that's play number 5. That's Raph. And so far, though, finally backup comes along for Dice. It's finally going to be yellow all across the board, and it's just a matter of who's going to be rotating next into P2.
Yeah, good flashes coming through. Whoa, Raph, goodness gracious. You think he's had a game today?
Man,
he's played lights out this series. And he will also earn the last couple of scrap seconds here for Simplicity on P1. Tally the minimap and who's spawning where. Dice are currently in control of the preferential side. Raph, though, just will not be taken down. This guy's a cat with 9 lives, and he's gone through 8 of them already. Finally, he gets taken down, but he's created space for Cartels to hop in, and Simplicity will have a chance early to contest from the front.
And Essential gunfight being won by Cartels right now. The guy's on 11 right now. The only way for him to stop it, but he just earns himself a war machine, and yep, just solo holds it so well. Knows very well that Eric's going to be right there in that corner. That's going to be a really good peek, and so far he's very much aware of what's happening in the map right now.
Oh, he does find that final kill, but T-Bag works his way back on, heating up early. And the only bit of good news here for Dice is you found a way to break with still a lot of time here in the hard point, and Cartels didn't get all the way to an EMP system. So it's a silver lining. It's a very dark gray silver at that point, but Dice still in a position to keep this map relatively neutral and mitigate a lot of the early damage.
So far, though, map control coming in from Simplicity. They do have generators spawn, and also they do have the objective control as well. Kings gets a beautiful double, essential for him. And now Kings get that triple, now on a combo. Possibility for himself to get those streaks down. Cartels brings down the Pretty, and now the momentum still on the side of Simplicity.
Hardpoint opens up, spawns, still being fought for. Simplicity in the hill for now, but Dice have operators to play with. T-Bag in particular with the Annihilator out. He's trying to use this from the front, though, and he's not going to get an opportunity to find too much with this, and he actually gets shut down in the process of moving forward. So Simplicity have held down beautifully in this first 25 seconds or so. Dice trying to get a bit of a split hit coming. 3 from the front, 2 from the back. Operator out as Dice try to break this with the claw. Not going to work out. Saves gets taken down. Pistol out for Raph as he clears the zone, and Simplicity continue to hold as the next hits on the way from the back.
Finally get majority of the scrap points down, so that's good. 20 seconds, that's going to be perfect for them. And now that rotation is the question mark. Who's going to be able to rotate early enough on the side of Dice to try and provide that damage done in through Simplicity? So far, though, still going to be close. That's play number 3 trying to go in there just alone. It's a really weird thing for Dice to just go in there one by one.
Yeah, it's a bit scattered to be sure, but still, they're finding a way to scrap together a handful of points. 5-point game. Aerith tried to pull out a Sparrow to win rotation, but doesn't find anything with it. So Simplicity, who took the advantage by early rotating, they will have the initial setup that they want, and they've actually now pinned Dice back in towards the front side it spawns. You've got operators out. King's getting to work with the Annihilator. Blur's right behind him if he's even needed with the Purifier, which he may not be. Dice is trying to wait out these operators, but it's not working out well, and Simplicity have dominated here early on P4.
And like what you mentioned, Blur didn't even get to use his Purifier because everyone else was doing their job outside. There you go, Cartels pulls out a war machine of his own, and now heavy utilization right now, and also pops out the claw as well. So it's just really so hard for Dice to try to go and infiltrate this side. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Dice seem like they just want to just go around. They don't want anything to deal with these operators.
Yeah, EMP even got popped by Kings right there. This is Simplicity saying, we want to take over this map right here, right now, and force, again, a lot of stress towards Dice to have to work through a tricky 50-50 hardpoint, and they would also have to win rotation to P2. That said, Dice have done well to start to flip the status of the spawns. Simplicity will have a couple of members kind of trailing through topside missile control with a couple of kills to follow. And that's not great news here for Dice. They get completely wiped off the hard point in the same moment, and now Dice are in trouble.
And right now for Dice, they actually don't have any kind of map control whatsoever. Pretty being turned out. Kings has been turning it up here so far, getting majority of those big kills right now that just gives Simplicity more of an upper hand. So far, still soaking up majority of P1 points. Haxo, on the other hand, gets a big kill. and essentially just gets a lot of those kills down, but then it's not converted into anything.
Slight miscue here for Simplicity. They were killing so well that they actually pushed too far forward and give DICE back the spawns towards P2. Problem here for DICE, even though that seems like a W, is that they're losing a lot of time again on the first hard point. So now that we start to look towards rotation, DICE have to hold this. They have to be flawless. And you've got to deal with the Pred missile, hunter-killer drones, and possible operators. In fact, Raph gets an EMP before being traded out. So full streaks for Simplicity. Now it's just down to can they break the setup for DICE.
Here's one thing that I thought DICE was going to be holding. They were holding both entrances right now in through launch center base. I thought that they knew Simplicity was going to be spawning off into the right side of the map. That also allows Simplicity to just go in there scot-free into the bottom side of the map. And so far, so good.
Yeah, EMP gets popped, Claw to follow. Sparrow also in the mix, but DICE still holding for a time. Need to start turning the tides, though. Raph still has the Claw out. He's found himself a couple, and as he eventually gets traded, now Cartel's off the pinch through the smoke. Can't quite finish the player right in the other close side of the doorway. So DICE are still hanging on for a moment. Streaks start to get called for Simplicity, but again, DICE are doing everything they possibly can to still win time here.
All right, they finally gained their composure. And so far, Freddy from Simplicity not finding anything. And so far, the util on their end is just being wasted at this point. What we need to see, though, from DICE is to go in there for that early rotation into P3. And so far, that's player number 1, Hax, winning that essential gunfight.
Goodness gracious. Hax starts to heat up, take over. 16 kills for him. Try to get his team back into the mix. They're down 50 points. Rotating over towards New. Wait a second. No one has any idea that Hax is around the back here. He does get taken down off screen. It's Raph to find the kill. The rest of Simplicity now starting to earn a couple of streaks in Cartels. Pops out the War Machine to keep the front safe. The rest of his team working on the back. Oh, but he does get taken out. Decent trade. DICE still have a chance to break this from behind. Hold on a second, they've got numbers. Aerith has the Sparrow out, trying to work his way in from the top side of the second floor, and she will clear out one, and then the long-range shot towards Kings will also gain control for DICE over towards Red. They've got a lifeline, and they're starting to do it again.
Here we go. This is something that you don't want to give DICE if you're Simplicity. And now for DICE, they're just doing a pretty good job by controlling that spot. Aerith still has the Sparrow, takes out Cartels, and that's going to be big kills for her.
And Simplicity is giving up this 20 seconds. They're going to allow DICE to essentially tie this game, and they're going to play for a 50-50 rotation to do but Blur from the top of scaffolding. Not to be denied until Awaken eventually gets him at range. That was only his 7th kill, but boy, was it a key one. As now DICE have an entry to possibly get in from the front. Jesus denying, though. Nice little mini pinch set up by him, and he eventually gets traded. So 3 members for Simplicity will stay alive. They will still spawn towards the left side, but DICE have a read on this. They're finding a way to win the kills, and now there's the pinch coming through. Raph is in trouble, and he knows it. Kings tries to pop the Annihilator to save at range. Cartels creating a little bit more space, and Raph finally gets back into the mix, but it does not matter. DICE get the break, and they can take the lead.
Oh my goodness, Aerith just holding on for dear life here in P4. 36 seconds left on the clock, just 10 points in between them. It is going to be contested, though, but it's still DICE trying to funnel it through. Simplicity just have that one player. Jesus, Save is actually holding his on so well.
Cartels gets up towards top floor, tries to hit from behind, pinch this up, has 2 in the corner, and he will find the double. 18 seconds to fight for. DICE still trying to hang on through the smoke, but Simplicity's numbers will reign supreme. Still, though, damage done by DICE. They give themselves a chance as we rotate back over to P1.
There you go, and DICE also has the upper hand. Gets that scaffolding control as well, coming in for that next set of rotations. But play number 2 from Simplicity, that's Blur. Gets spotted out, will want to try and flip the spawn, but not really successful.
Aerith gets a double up top, keeps the hard point neutral. Off the spawn, DICE will work their way in. Kings trying to set up a bit of a crossfire angle. SMG's doing the job on the other side. War Machine out for Cartels, trying to clear off the hard point. T-Bag will give him some space, come out from behind. Doesn't quite see him, actually. T-Bag's just floating backside staircase. Raph gets the kill. And this hit from Cartels, even though he only takes down 1 plus his own life, it's created a chance for Simplicity to gain a bit of a cushion here before we start to focus towards P2.
Awaken tries to go in there, but with AR in hand, it's going to prove so difficult with the CBR of Jesus. So far, though, still an open hard point, and Cartel's in a really great spot, getting that 40K almost. Gets that. No, gets spotted out. Repositions himself, but T-Bag still wins that gunfight.
Trade comes through, though. Keep your eye on the left side of the minimap. Simplicity spawns in towards P2, plus they're getting a little bit of extra time here through the scrap. Oh boy, DICE have to put together something miraculous to break this setup. And Jesus shuts down the initial attempt over towards the right side through med. He's gonna look for more, actually. Hold on a second, they pushed too far forward. DICE are gonna spawn behind. They're gonna be gifted spawns again. Simplicity are on the hill, but DICE have numbers from behind, and they do not get a read on this.
Aerith with the Sparrow able to just clarify the fact that they were able to get those spawns is so good. Cartels, Aerith both take themselves out, but then DICE gonna be surrounding that last player. They're gonna be getting majority of the points.
Teabag!
There you go, 188 and 229 is going to be your lifeline. Jesus saves, able to deny with the Sparrow of his own.
Cartels out for the pinch, tries to get back to the hard point, turns and almost burns, but Hax gets the trade. Hard point goes neutral. DICE still scrapping together a couple of points. Simplicity still working in for this last bit of time. They cannot win it here. But the thing is, if they give this all up, DICE have a chance to possibly not just tie this game, they may build an advantage. Jesus tries to force the square peg into the round hole. Wrapped a foul. Oh no, not gonna happen. DICE able to keep building a little bit of time, and now it's down to the foot race to 3.
It's just a matter of who's going to be popping out the operator and who's going to be denying that. So far, though, the rotation already be won by Simplicity, but they will be surrounded by DICE because they just give generators away for free.
King says the Annihilator out. Jesus holding on, but Hax, pure fire from the back door. No, it's Kings who slides out to find one. Back and forth. Pinstripe goes to kill feed. Cartels shut down for the War Machine. DICE are in the hill. 220 to 238. Simplicity in trouble. They're scrambling. They're throwing individuals at this, and DICE, with their team focus, are finding every single kill, and they can win here.
Right now, though, Simplicity needs to go in for one big break. They are going to be recollecting themselves. They're going to be spawning off right now. Cartels wins an essential gunfight, gets that 2F control. Says, on the other hand, knows very well that there's going to be one player right there in 2F. Cartels, that's all up to you to try and go and win this for your team. So far, getting majority of the kills down, able to get rid of size, but then it's still 243, 240,
DICE is still in.
seconds in off the clock.
DICE
Here
can
we
do
go.
this. They can still do this right here, right now. You got to touch if you're Simplicity. They're not going to get there. DICE do it again. Oh, mercy.
It's that mistake of Simplicity to not get spawns in P2.
The thing about it is,
there.
I understand it. Like, in that instance, I hate to point fingers at Jesus Saves, but he's the one that we had the perspective of. He's frying, and he's like, I'm not stopping. You have to draw the line in the sand and say, okay, we've cleared out the front of this hard point. We don't need anything more than that, but his little route plus the kills that he finds allows DICE to, they have to spawn somewhere. They're not going to spawn med bay. They're not going to spawn top right side of the map, so they get the favorable spawns. The same thing happened on Apocalypse. And at a certain point, you hate to be discredited for being too good, but that's the way Hardpoint plays sometimes.
Oh my goodness, DICE just has ice in their veins right now. I mean, back up in the wall, they just perform under pressure. And that's how you know diamonds are going to be formed, and we're going to be ending things in an S&D where it will be a back and forth. Best believe this will reach an OT, man.
Bold prediction.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I am a gambling woman.
49 for Cartels. He almost goes double positive at 50, 25, and 10 for the L. I mean, DICE got flat out outslayed by like 50. Just looking at it, I'm no mathematician scientist. I don't have my calculator on me, but simple math seems to figure that they got heavily outslayed. It's just, again, at the very end, you lose spawn control, you come in one by one, you don't sit and stay focused, those decisions just don't quite get made, and DICE still have a chance to put together a three-way tiebreaker. The thing about it is, they've never played Express.
Oh, this is so exciting. Man,
find out
you're already bringing it up. I'm just going to be looking at the tab, S8, and yeah, no Express right here. So far, though, when it comes to Simplicity's gameplay and Express, kind of dodgy. It's a 50-50 for them. It's a 50% win rate. I mean, you go up against Tribe Gaming and Express and also Luminosity, and that's why the scoreline is like that. They're having a hard time when it comes to these top-tier teams when it comes to this game mode, but they do have the advantage of being able to play it already and just learning from those past mistakes.
And the thing about it is the times that they've lost on this map have not been terribly bad.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. When it comes to the quality of review that they're going to get playing up against great teams like Tribe and LG definitely builds a little bit of favor towards Simplicity. But the caveat to all of that are the numbers are still, until this series, Simplicity had only won a single search and destroy. So how much does that kind of harken on your brain as you approach a very key game number 5, where again, for Simplicity, you control your own destiny. You win, you're in, you're the 3 seed. Devious is behind you at the 4. You lose, all of a sudden, there's map count questions, which could be interesting considering that Devious got a free 3-0 against Dice. I don't know how the tiebreaker works. Again, I just work here, so I have no idea how that all goes. We'll trust that League Ops can get it done quickly, but the problem would still be there that you're leaving it to math and chance rather than being able to control your own fate.
Actually control your own destiny. Yeah, I mean, that's something kind of like the storyline of the day, because we've seen 2 teams already kind of give Destiny kind of that mathematician role, but so far we need to see DICE just control their own fate at this point, because we've seen 2 sides of the coin. Simplicity is gifted that free win. On the other side of things, DICE just gave their win a while ago to Devious. So game number 5 here starts in Express Search and Destroy, and now DICE on the attack.
Awaken will be the designated bomb carrier as per usual. Saves has a shotgun out. Oh, and Blur is up top to try to meet him. Hacks around the corner. Oh my goodness. How has he gotten here? Look how far forward Hacks is. I mean, no, Cartels has no idea. He's like, wait, what? How? Good trade from Jesus Saves. Problem is, bomb's gonna get planted here at A, and it'll be a 3v4 retake where Simplicity have 0 map control.
And oh my goodness, Kings still get Awaken at that point?
The train?
I have no idea, man. I wish I could have seen his perspective, but bomb's gonna be planted here through
Good
lockers. A good nade coming from Jesus Saves, but so far, tags Arid. That's information given to Simplicity.
Thing is, Jesus will get 1. I don't know if he fully recognizes how close Aerith was to death, but doesn't make much of a difference. Says up top. Oh, did Jesus see the shoulder? Says was showing, but he's waiting for Kings. He's just kind of playing with his food. King's now here. He's got to hit the quick scope. Oh, and he does. Now to the 1v2! Kings! Oh my goodness! What a set of shots from Kings! And Simplicity will retake a 3v4 out of nowhere!
Jesus was the playmaker for that. I mean, he equalized and also gave that information to Kings to go in there quietly and just be so good when it comes to those kills. And that is just good IGLing right there. So far though, DICE had the momentum on their side, but again, Simplicity stops it.
Yeah, that is unreal considering how much map control DICE had right off the get-go. They're gonna go for it again. Hacks is heading the exact same route. Simplicity have not moved their defense around too much here. Blur is at least sniping from the top side of Overpass, so he'll have at least some eyes on the bomb site. But Simplicity are hard focus on this mid retake again, and the smoke will block Blur completely, allowing DICE to get a free plant. We go 5v5. Blur, that nade will not hit anything, and advantage kind of goes over to DICE here with the map control.
But Raph wins an essential gunfight, gets rid of Hacks when it comes to that train control, so they need to find a way to move forward. So far, T-Bag does spot him, and that's going to be good information coming in from DICE. So far, they're not going to be moving in their spots.
Yeah, Simplicity just have so many problems to deal with, and there's not a lot of time to do it. Jesus does get 2, creates an opportunity here to start flying forward, which they need to. Oh, good patience from Raph. Gets a read onto Says, now leaves Awakened by himself. He's stuck at lockers, and Jesus has no problem there. Wow, 2 solid retakes for Simplicity early.
DICE's post-plant setup needs some work right now at this moment, because they're finding their kills, they're finding a way to plant, but it really is just that post-plant setup that they kind of struggled with a while ago as well in standoff. So now we need to see a different look coming in from DICE, as Simplicity know how to go and retake that alpha flag, but it's still the same case right now.
I mean, the thing about it for DICE is you've gotten a lot of very clean plants at A, so I don't blame them for keeping their focus over towards this A site. It just comes down to your post-plant. This needs to be a bit tidier, and this time they will actually catch Raph a bit off guard, cooking up a nade, and a late wrap from T-Bag isolates Kings. One more in the middle, almost. But Jesus denies, and the numbers stay relatively level. We go 3v4.
Right now, though, player number 5, that Says, trying to go in there for the long wraparound. He does have a shotgun to play with. He could have been really useful trying to go in there that enter in from like that overpass to Bravo. But now Bomb is also going to be going down in a really precarious spot.
Aerith finds another pick right through mid. Pistol out, denies the trophy system, still has a couple of nades to play with. Cartels and Blur, though, have stayed safe and unread to this point. Cartel's the one trusted to defend over towards B. Blur is in a really nice spot, actually, to watch a rotation over towards A. And Cartel's will, oh, wait a second. He saw one running away, but he did not see Hacks come back.
They have the bomb.
So as the bomb gets collected, Cartel's very well maybe blindsided here. Angle is decent. He shuts down the plant and now knows exactly how DICE have to play this. Aerith quickly recovers, and Cartels looks for a rotation back through mid. Says will stop it. Aerith will get the plant off, and we'll go to the 1v2.
Bomb has been planted.
Cartels paid off for his patience. And so far, though, this 2v1 gonna be made so hard right now as Say's gonna be prone right there into ticketing. It's all up to Aerith right now when it comes to those kills, but Say's with that R9 definitely going to be big. And even though he had that late wraparound, able to finally just sustain here, and finally, DICE having their first round.
I like that idea. You still put a little bit of focus over towards A, but you create a little bit of chaos through the mid-map, which Simplicity have been using beautifully down the retakes. This time, full smokes over through mid, and somehow Kings still pulls off a snipe through the middle of it. Say's getting aggressive, just chugs away at a couple. Pistol out as more continues to come the way, and wait a second, Hacks is not out of this yet, just barely slides through. Blur isn't able to do more than just find the first, but it's even trades. We go 2v2 early.
And now, DICE finally puts down the bomb. Awaken. 1 kill to his name. Aerith, on the other hand, having 4, and she does spot out Blur, so that's going to be good. FFAR going to be a really good gun to try to bring everything close, but Awaken, obviously with the kilo 1-for-1, able to equalize it, and Aerith goes in there for their second round. 2-2 is going to be your scoreline, and so far that A side not going to work out for them, so they try to take their sights here in through Bravo.
Here we go.
Defend the objective.
Everything gets back to level terms. And the chess game continues. Aerith flashing over the top. It does land on the Blur. He cannot peek this. Small advantage towards DICE early, but Jesus still gets the first blood. And the pinch from DICE through mid is a bit delayed. Say's just hoping and praying he's been able to get his diligence towards the COD gods, and he will eventually lock in Wrath. Teabag danced with through mid. King's trying to follow up, and he will. Goodness gracious. This battle for mid-map, it's been a war as we continue to get 1v1s all over the place, and now Aerith finds herself in a 1v2.
Even the observers are just not knowing where to put their cameras. I mean, the 1v1's just kind of interesting for a game like Search and Destroy, where you kind of have to play your numbers to the advantage, especially, you don't know which corners your opponents are going to be at. Bomb going to be down in a really bad spot. Simplicity knows where it is. Up to Aerith. Lotus in hand. Might get the timing from Blur, but unfortunately for her, it's just caught timing not in her favor.
Yeah, just tromping around, sniper rifle in hand, could not do much. So Simplicity, small edge from the defensive side, but it has been a razor-thin margin between these two teams. Not just in how the results have gone, but also in how they're attempting to play the map. This time, Simplicity looking to get aggressive defensively straight through B. Say's pinned up with the shotgun. Jesus will get monitor control. Aerith does respond. Pistol out. Oh, my goodness. Blur puts together a response in his own right, though, so we stay 3v3. Quick hit from Cartels around the back. Teabag. Oh, my goodness. How are ya? Finds the kill. And DICE will now hold numbers as Aerith puts to rest Blur. 1v3 for Kings.
Here we go. I mean, for Kings. He is in a really good spot, though, as they don't know where he is. No information whatsoever, and will be met here by Departures, possibly to get those 2 kills. They have no idea where he is. Sniper rifle in hand. Will be able to spot Aerith, possibly. Gets Teabag instead. Repositions. That's good.
Aerith will get the bomb planted, though. This forces Kings to have to make the play into the clock. Aerith playing over towards info on the stairs. Hacks holding tight over through ticket. Kings is going to have to make a move sooner rather than later, but he has created maybe a little bit of doubt into has he gone back through mid in the mind of these DICE defenders. Does he get timing here? The slow work up the staircase. Gets to the top of the bomb. Nope. Hacks gets the read, finds the kill. We'll have a 3-3 half as we swap the sides.
Here we go. Switcheroo. But we've seen DICE on the defensive side this time around, and so far, they kind of had a hard time a while ago in that standoff, but good adjustment so far by DICE.
Heavy-handed hit over towards A. Says is looking to get aggressive, though, defensively. He's already in the lockers. Gosh, Dice just play with a different level of tempo. Gets the first. Does he get traded out? No, Says gets away, and now help is on the way here from Dice. Aerith connects onto another. Raph gets shut out of the play. Jesus is hoping he can find one, but Says goes completely unnoticed.
And now if you're Says, you need to find a way to clear the tower. Still able to get rid of, to get away rather from Jesus. Saves and just hops off the ladder. That's going to be huge for Dice. Not only do they get that information down, but Bomb is going to be down.
King sets a quick snipe on the backside, though. Creates a little bit of breathing room for him to work with. This would be a 2v5 situation, though. Lots of time on the clock. Jesus' position should still be known. I mean, Dice have him completely isolated. It just comes down to, are you happy with that isolation, or are you going to try to overwhelm him and find a way to turn this into a 1v multiple situation? It looks like the moment Dice are happy, to just keep him isolated. Aerith, make sure that Kings can't do anything around the back. And now it all rests with Jesus saves for the 1v4. And this fall from ladder is going to be the hardest part of it. And that's why. First shots are decent, gets away, but here comes the full flood. Jesus, wait, he gets so much damage done. Hold on a second. Still plenty of time on the clock. Awaken has to back off as well. And Jesus is going to be able to collect the bomb, try to reset. Long-range shots decent, but Awaken says no more nonsense. It gives Dice their first defensive round.
Man, that could have gone down towards Simplicity's favor, but Dice played well. Awaken just creates that space. So right now, Dice finally have the advantage now. And so far, Simplicity kind of struggling when it comes to the attacking round. Seemed like they kind of wanted to go in for more of the departure setup, but looking forward into that late move towards Alpha, but that also allows Size to actually get up and comfortable here in Tower.
The timing of the train coming through actually really impedes Simplicity's tempo towards A. They can't use mid-map at all, but Hax does get taken down early as he tried to get aggressive defensively up towards the offensive overpass. Same can be said here for Teabag, though. He's already made his way through backside departures, and he's actually able to catch out Kings. So once again, Simplicity are going to feel a little trapped, and we'll have to make a decision of, do we try to exit out or do we try to push forward? And Blur finding a kill from the front will give them the green light to start making their move in, but Says here once again to meet the push, and he keeps us in a 3v3.
Oh man, Bomb's down so far. 3 players surround that last player coming in from Teabag, trying to go in there for that solo defense, but unfortunately, Dice loses him. But the pinch might come through as Aerith will spot those nades going down, though.
Oh, what a shot! Smoke doesn't completely embellish the cross. Cartels drops. And now all of a sudden, all of Simplicity are focused on Aerith, who's pushing forward with the pistol. She takes down one, getting proactive. Blur for the 1v2. Up top in tower. Teabag trying to hop it. Pistol out. Blur having trouble. And it's Teabag to find the kill. Dice get themselves up 5-3.
My goodness, Aerith was just having such high impact kills on that round. The fact that she had the presence of mind to go and push, knowing very well that Jesus will be very much vulnerable while planting that bomb. And now Dice on point. 2 rounds up. So far, Simplicity just having so much trouble trying to go in for the attacking round.
And they're going to change it up. Blur trying to snipe bottom side of the ramps. Everyone else focusing through mid. Awaken's got an AR on top of the B-bomb side. He doesn't stand a chance. So opening first blood is good for Simplicity. It'll lead to a very quick attempt to plant. Saves with a shotgun, clears out mid-map. Dice now have a route to work with for this retake, but Saves doesn't quite land the shot with the sniper rifle. Trades are decent. We go 3v3. And Blur is going to be stuck backside monitors.
Man, Jesus Saves actually creates a lot of noise, and that just gives Dice a lot of information as to where he could be, but he does flash into that backside, wanting to go in there for that flank. Aerith gets the pick off. Pinch coming in from Simplicity as Jesus tries to go in there for that information down. A 2v1 situation, and Blur still wins that gunfight. Will be able to spot that Teabag, but unfortunately for him, Bomb is going to go down. 9 seconds left on the clock. Teabag still wins that gunfight. Jesus Saves, goes in there for the information. 5 seconds left. There's no way.
Not going to happen. Wow. Man, heck of an effort, but that is a risky route for Jesus Saves to bail on Blur, who is stuck at monitors, to re-wrap back through mid, but Blur hits an unbelievable quick snipe, and Jesus simultaneously takes down another through ticket. And Simplicity hold on to their post plant, if only just barely. This time, another quick hit up through mid. But Dice defensively are going to give away that space and maybe try to recontest this late. don't really have much of an angle at it, but Simplicity don't feel super confident in their ability to necessarily plant immediately, although Cartels does give it a go, but kills will come through, and that will stop the plant as trades will get us into an early 4v4.
Size, on the other hand, big gunfight being won. It's still going to be a 3v3, though. Plant still has to be going down. And now, so far, that actually provides DICE a lot of space, especially from the kill-off size. And now, as the bomb is going to be going down, Cartel gets that essential kill. Aerith, on the other hand, needs to find a way to gather that information down.
Aerith needs to hit. Had an angle on Jesus Saves. It was a small one, but it was an angle. Doesn't quite lock in this shot, and now Saves, who has been flushed back out towards mid, will have to do the damage with the R9 or pick up Aerith's scope. And he will be able to get the DL. First shot misses, though. And Simplicity's post-plant, I imagine, will not peak this again. Not with the bomb planted where it is. There's the check. Yep, and there's the crossfire. No worries. We're tied at 5 in map 5. Simplicity's starting to get it together.
Back and forth. DICE need to find a way to stop the push in mid. That's it. They're leaving mid very much open, and now that just gives Simplicity so much more of a defensive setup in the post-plant. And so far, still the same thing for Simplicity. Hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it. But right now, DICE try to go and answer back, but they're just a little bit too slow when it comes to the push.
Well, Hax and Says do throw a lot of their utility through mid, so Simplicity could not fully push in towards Ticket. But look at this. They're trying to bait DICE into playing over through overpass. And they get the bait they wanted. There's not winning the gunfights. First 2 kills go the way of DICE. Simplicity all over the map. And all 3 of the remaining players are essentially on islands by themselves. Blur and a stare down. Wait a second. Says gives up 1. That allows Jesus to get this to a 3v4 and provide an exit with a chance to continue the round forward. They just need to make a choice here. If Blur decides to hold this position and win a gunfight with a pistol, it may call Simplicity over towards B, and that seems to be the case.
But T-Bag going in there for the trade. Still opens things up, though. An essential kill from Blur, even though he was traded out, provides those 2 players from Simplicity to have such an open space here for Bravo. And if they do decide to go in there for the plant, they will be greeted so by these 3 DICE players, but so far they're just going to be playing back.
Yeah, DICE is looking to play retake here. They do not want to give up a kill by getting too aggressive down towards ramps at monitors or on the staircase position that is currently being held by T-Bag. So Jesus will hold the front. He's going to check. He's going to check for T-Bag. Oh, what a gunfight. Bomb gets planted at the same moment. Here's the check from Aerith through mid. Awaken's going to play from the other side of this. Does Aerith get a read on Cartel? Seems to have. Here comes the check. First shot lands. Nade just to block the alleyway. Jesus around the back. He also gets tagged up. Aerith getting the job done with the pistol. 1v2 for Cartels. Has the bomb to his name, but Aerith with the pistol gets DICE to series point.
Here we go. Heroics coming in from Aerith. 16 kills to his name, but that gives them a lot of momentum going into this defensive round. Jesus Saves, on the other hand, 15. He's been doing high impact kills on his own as well. And so far, DICE trying to go in for the adjustment of applying more of that mid pressure. But now it looks like Simplicity want to go in for that A push.
Well, look at this. Raph is going to create a problem towards B on an island playing by himself. The defense more focused on B than A. Could be just a lot of trust that Saves will at least go 1 for 1 with this shotgun. But he's in a little bit of trouble here at Lockers. Doesn't really have much ground to work with besides what's in front of him. And keep your eye on Raph. Look how deep he is. Number 5 in blue. If he could find a pick somewhere, this would cause major issues for DICE's defense. But at the moment, no one's been spotted. And Raph seems to have made the call of come join me here at B. And finally, he takes care of Hacks. A chance for Simplicity to plant. Unless T-Bag can find a timing here on the backside of the play.
Definitely spots Raph, and there you go. But Bomb Carrier finally puts it down, but it will be met by 2 players of DICE. And so far, he gets spotted, gets taken down. But then it's still doable for both of these teams. It's still a question mark, a 3v3 situation as all of them are going to be scattered. So far, though, DICE finally gets centralized, and they're going to be surrounded by all these Simplicity folks. But Size is going to be hopping the bomb. He's going to be trying to go in for the ninja defuse. Gets denied by Jesus Saves.
Now it's just down to Awaken. Gets the first 1v3 situation. Gloves out. Not going to get the second. And we're headed for extra innings. Okay.
Wow. I love this. From both sides. They're doing everything right. And so far, Simplicity kind of a shaky plant in Bravo, but good thing that they were able to kind of just go in there for the lightning quick communication. So far, fast hit from Dice on the attacking round here in Bravo will be met by these two players.
Oh, but Say's shotgun's still out. He does get tagged up a little bit in the corner. Raph gets a kill, stays alive, changes the angle. Cartel saves his life. And the first 2 kills go the way of Simplicity. Teabag around the backside through trains, kills off one, and Aerith responds. Boxing gloves out, it's the left hook from Hax. Blur knows that he's got someone near him, but can't quite find him. Pistol shot lands. And now the 2v2, Blur hits again. Aerith, last one standing. 1v2 situation. Plenty of time on the clock. She could take a breath. And Simplicity will allow her to do just that.
Wants to go in for the long wraparound here in Arrivals. Cartels will be that first line of contact. Throws in nade for information, doesn't quite get anybody. They want to go in for that alpha push. They don't know that the bomb is going to go down. That's why they're setting up their defense on tower side.
45 on the clock. Aerith has cleared a lot of the map, but she's doing it so slowly that you're never going to fully feel confident that you have this side of the map owned. But like you mentioned, Blur and Cartel is just going to play the buddy system. This will allow Aerith a chance to collect the bomb and make a plant. But as Simplicity here, the Q, the bomb's been picked up. They should have an idea this is going to be a B play.
Fast push coming in from Simplicity, and Aerith is going to be in a world of hurt. She needs to be fast. The train, though, will probably cause a little bit of chaos as Blur able to get rid of Aerith, and now we do get to see Simplicity have the upper hand here on the defensive side.
If that train comes a second earlier,
I know, imagine.
Aerith gets an exit to elevator, flat out, or either arrivals or departures. Doesn't make a difference, but doesn't quite work out that way. Simplicity hold the edge. What do you call offensively here for Simplicity? It's a 5-man stack with no bomb towards A. What? And yeah, someone says, "Oh, wait a second, we're gonna need that."
Oh no, that actually kind of allows Size to just be pushed up a little bit. He doesn't go in through tower, but Hax actually has a really good spot here.
Oh, Hax.
Raph is going to be in a good spot. Good thing he spots around. Raph gets the first opening pick.
Wait a second, here comes Says. He's trying to get aggressive in towards the offensive side of lockers, but no, a couple of shots go through. His position's known, and he has to back off. Tower control now for Simplicity in the 5v4. What? Wow. Aerith through the wall takes out Kings, and Simplicity, who were about to hit the trigger to approach A, now have to reconsider.
Also allows Says to be just up there in that tower spot. He's going to be in a really nasty spot. Simplicity, on the other hand, want to go in there for the long wraparound, going to probably the overpass and through a Bravo, but Awaken will be that first point of contact if Simplicity does go in there for that Bravo flag.
He just has to go 1-for-1 here. He may get an opportunity for more, though. There's the opening shots. Does not get the kill, has to back away. It will call for Teabag to start rotating over. Reminder that Says only has a shotgun, so he will not be a part of this. Awaken in trouble, finds one. He does get traded out, but again, that's fine. Dice trying to come back through. Bomb being planted by Cartels. Here comes the check from Teabag. Oh, he gets the kill before the bomb could get planted as well. Now to the 2v2. Raph doesn't necessarily know how Teabag exited. He's going to try to make a play for the plant. Saves over the top, gets the first, the 1v1. Blur gets the backup, tries to bait the Q, Says checks for the win! Blur, no! Can't quite get the kill, we're going again!
Double overtime right now, and this is what we wanted. I already told you, Shift, it's gonna be an overtime, and both of these teams just are really hanging on by a thread at this point. Heroics from both sides. So far, Dice going on the attack, going in for an alpha push, but Blur is going to be right there to give that information first. He knows that all of that nades are going down and possibility for that alpha rush.
Oh, he's getting aggressive. Blur? I don't know about that one, brother. I know you can hit some nasty quick scopes, but there wasn't a lifeline over towards A. Tried to beat a timing and was met by a frag. So 5v4 early for Dice, and they're going to wait a little while longer before they commit.
And that also creates doubt for Simplicity at this moment. They're trying to go for that alpha side, as that nade was able to take out one play from Simplicity, but they're not seeing any kind of movement whatsoever. But it's a good thing that Simplicity is also kind of being quiet. Smoke's going to go down. That also allows Simplicity to try and go in there for that rotation.
Nades will not be here to stop the plant. Even though kills do come through, Cartels gets it to a 4v4. Jesus wins back the middle of the map. The rest of Dice's post-plant is all isolated on islands. Hacks at mid-train. Awaken play in lockers. Aerith deep towards overpass, trying to watch the flank, but she gets taken down. Here comes the collapse. Hack's good for one. Awaken saves the life to deny the trade. 2v2 situation. 20 seconds on the clock. Simplicity have to go. Hacks takes down another. Now it's just down to Kings. 1v2 with the scope. Awaken up top. Dealt with. Does he have time to find Hacks to get the bomb defused, though? Has to force Hacks to come back to the play. There's the Q, and Hacks waits until the last second, using the clock as his ally, and now Dice hold the advantage.
Beautiful. Hacks knew it was a fake and just he was gonna go rush through it, but instead that made the biggest difference for them to finally have another advantage here. Back and forth, but now Dice needs just one away to go in there for playoffs, and so far the defensive setup gonna be a little bit scattered here. So far, Dice trying to figure out if they want to go in more for that easier B hit.
This is all about if Says can get the top tower safely. There's going to be players here to meet him. There's the check. Says gets one. He gets away with his life. Oh my goodness. What a slippery play. The only real defender towards A, and Dice will be in a 5v4 with Simplicity not holding the bomb at the moment. And Teabag on a cross angle here through train can just count pixels.
Man, Cartel was going to get that shot down, but then it's going to be such good timing on his end. Speaking of, Cartel gets Teabag, opens things up as the bomb is going to be acquired. Kings knows very well that Says is going to be there. He's going to be chased at the moment. Says knows that very well.
You don't want a red dot chase a shotgun, though. He's got help now, too. Hacks does fall away from the play, but Says tucked into a corner. And you can see Kings, they don't know exactly where he's gone away to. One mistiming could allow Says to continue to be more than a thorn in the side. Aerith here to assist on the cross. Trophy system down, though, for the offense. Means her nade will not reveal information in towards lockers. This is all about Says. Our observers are absolutely right.
I know.
Jesus for the check. Oh my goodness, Says, you animal! Almost gets more, but the trade comes through. Simplicity can collect and try to plan again.
Kings though spots Aerith, and Awaken goes down. Aerith gets that kill, but also the plant is gonna come through. Cartel's gonna be planting that bomb. And now the train's gonna be shaking things up. So far, Aerith in a really good position to actually try to get Jesus saves if he goes in there for the peak. Cartel's on the other hand, possibility to get that kill, and Aerith does not. And we're going down to our triple overtime.
Holy smokes. I thought Says was about to just do it to him flat out. He gets the first, he had a chance at the second. The trigger discipline was chef's kiss, perfect. Just could not quite tally the second. So we go again. This time, Simplicity, aggressive through ticket, and they're also going to get Cartels a little bit forward in towards locker side. This is everything right here. Hacks down low, I just couldn't put the scope down. The ADS hindering him as Jesus gets first blood.
And now that actually allows Dice to be a little bit quiet here. They're going to be repositioned as the bomb carrier Awaken, going to be pushed forward a little bit. But kind of like what we saw a while ago from Dice, we do get to see player number 4, that's Cartel's Fennec in hand, trying to get those close quarters. And so far, that information coming in from Teabag needs to be known if they want to go in for the B hit.
Well, they get a read on where Raph is positioned. And actually, how about this? They didn't see Says. Says has slipped through. This could be everything. If he can get an angle around the back and force this defense to move, there may be a chance, but the time may have ran out in the play. Yep, there's the aggression for Simplicity. They know they got the bomb carrier down.
Complete the mission.
And the only thing that they have to worry about is where did Says go? Because, I mean, all 5 members are going to stack together, and Simplicity should surely get to 9. So
far, Says with 14 kills, R9 in hand, and he needs to pick up another kind of weapon because there's just no way he's going to do this 1v5. No. So far, though, Bomb going to be down in their spawn, and that's just going to be a difficult position to be with. We'll be greeted by Raph right now, and it really was Jesus Save's first kill that just did an amazing job for Simplicity.
There we go. Simplicity to the advantage again. They control their own fate with a win in this series. They will earn the 3 seed. Devious will be there in the 4, and Dice will miss out. Otherwise, if DICE can find a way to battle back, again, they would force a three-way tie. Opening utility being tossed on both sides, but look at the aggression from Awaken. He gets towards elevator side. Simplicity have not gotten a full read on this, but they do take him down. T-Bag can only provide one trade through mid-map. There's still a chance for DICE to contest a potential plant, but you have to be very cautious about this. You cannot afford to lose another member. Oh, but T-Bag still finds the kill on the Blur. Bomb gets collected, but Raph will not plant, and keep your eye on Says around the back. The pistol's out, the transfer not fully there, but the shotgun gets it done. Last player left is Cartels. He would have to 1v3.
Cartels goes in there for the long wraparound, knows very well that that Bravo side is going to be stacked. Still a lot of time, though, to play with. And DICE is just going to be doing the buddy system right now, but they will be met over into this overpass. And so far, Cartels just peeks a little bit, but so far, timing on his side, but 55 seconds left on the clock. And right now, DICE is just trying to wind that down.
Yeah, this is just pick your poison right now for Cartels. No option is going to feel good. But whatever decision you make, you have to commit. And he will not know it, but this decision is not a bad one. He will get B bomb site control. Bomb down is in a very collectible position, but he's hunting for the kills first. And as he clears out the backside of overpass, he's going to try to re-wrap again. Train's on the way. Cartels! Cartels! Goodness.
Oh my gosh.
I know it was still a while away, but I think all of us were starting to clench a little bit. And now the play has to happen. 15 seconds on the clock. Cartels collects the bomb. Tries to stick for the plant. DICE not moving yet. They're going to allow him to plant. Here comes the check. Cartels, he almost gets the lineup, but no! DICE overwhelmed with the double chow. And we'll get tied up again.
Quadruple overtime. Here we go.
But it's not over yet.
DICE played their angles right, and there's only so much you could do if you're Simplicity, just trying to clear out those corners. And I thought he was going to be able to get that plan without any kind of audio cues from that train, but there you go. So far, though, DICE on the attacking side. They want to go in for that Bravo push, but instead backs away. Simplicity now going to be in a really good defensive setup as player number 3, that's Jesus Saves, winning a lot of the gunfights.
Simplicity hasn't thrown a lot of defensive nades here through mid. They've gotten Blur with a Holger into train and beyond. Not the weapon that I'm sure he wants in this position. But still, the fact remains that DICE's opening little fake towards B doesn't really work. Aerith does clear out a space through mid with Kings dropping on the other side, but here's Blur trying to get an exit, and will he? Says pops up. Blur there to meet him. Shots don't land for either side, but Says does get denied through mid-map. We reset to a 4v4.
Both of them lucky alive. But obviously, it is going to be Says that goes down, and the flank right now for DICE is not going to be there for them this time. So far, Simplicity just going to be holding their angles, with Cartels just roaming around just a little bit, the only person that's roaming around. Jesus and Raph going to be in a really good spot once they do figure out that is going to be a B hit.
Jesus, saw his position just lurking towards the staircase as he gets a key elimination. Cartel's also allowed to take down Aerith, but DICE, they find 2 response kills immediately. Hold on a second, Cartel's is committed down to monitor. He does have a Fennec to play with. 25 seconds on the clock, shots start to come through. Awaken gets trapped, but Blur will make the Holger start to ring out late into the round. A double for him, and again, Simplicity hold the advantage.
Now, how's your stamina, guys? At this point, DICE just struggling when it comes to the attacking round, and now they're finally going to be going on the defense. Simplicity just waiting for that train to go past through, and that just allows DICE right now to go in there for that defense.
I'm not going to lie. The fact that the train still is allowed to come through is crazy because Simplicity can't open their offense until after it passes, which means that Says gets up to tower for free, but Raph somehow finds him through mid? Unbelievable piece of timing. Smokes will come through. Trophy systems are down. Cartel slides on for the plant, but here comes T-Bag around the corner. Not going to be able to take down Cartels. Blur saves his life. Hax, Aerith, last 2 left. And Hax, he's sneaking on towards the site. But as Aerith drops, now it's all on to Hax. This would be a 1v4 plus a defuse, only 30 seconds to do it. Not looking good. Tries to predict the corner. Finds the first. Allowed to get the reload off. Resets. But from behind, shots start to land, and Hacks will be flat out overwhelmed. Simplicity control their fate. They will be in the 3 seed. Dice will be eliminated from stage 4 play.
I never knew you would say those words, man. That is just
Heartbreak.
It is. It's just, you could hear the heartbreak right now roaming across the globe in the studio. But this is what Fate has gotten Dice so far, but they weren't able to control it this time around. I mean, it's just hard. I mean, it's nice to see that they were able to adjust things when it comes to those, respawns, but it's just Simplicity just edged them out when it comes to that S&D.
And I think the thing about it too, like, this is too soon to make this call, but retroactively, Simplicity threw both hard points. I mean, flat out. There is no reason they should have allowed Dice to even get to 5 in the first place, let alone even get to 4 in the first place. So Simplicity, they avoid the chaos of a 3-way tiebreaker, and they're going to have a chance to reflect on those hardpoint miscues. But I still think at the end of the day, you have to really have a bleeding heart for Dice, considering how the day started and how well they played throughout the entirety of this series. It's tough to say farewell to them.
Aerith with that 22K. I mean, she did everything that they could. I mean, everyone in DICE did everything that they could. Says always going in there for the flank. The timing, not always right, but he had such amazing clips in this round. On the other side of things, Jesus saves, and I mean, it's timely. You interviewed him a while ago. We had some answers for him to be top frag here in such an essential time.
I mean, he was even saying that he was confident going into this match. It definitely got dragged out, I think, a little bit longer than they might have liked. But like you were saying, Shifton, we were talking about that just watching. What, 2 points on the first hard point, 10 on the second? I mean, it was closable so many times for them, and it's just those small mistakes that hopefully are going to be fixed by the time now we get to challenge finals.
Yeah, I think especially the first hard point was very concerning because all it really should have taken was one group up. You push in for 2 seconds and you win the hard point. So the fact that they couldn't muster that in the midst of the chaos at one single point throughout an entire, what was it, 70-second span, that's something that's got to get fixed up ASAP. Obviously, they look strong in the S&D, they look strong in the control, they look strong in the hard point. They just kind of seem to disappear at the end.
How are you guys holding up after the marathon?
I'm still crying, man. I think after when the lights dim down, the cameras close, I'm just gonna be like, Dice, man, that first game. But it's okay. It is what it is. This is a competition, right? Someone has to go there. It's always going to be a heartbreak. But honestly, the fact that we're closing it down in this type of fashion, I'm so glad that it went down to the wire and it was very, very close.
Yeah, it's tough scenes. I mean, that's just not a pill that Dice is going to swallow anytime soon. It's just, that's part of the process. It's online COD. It happens everywhere in every form. Tech issues are going to happen. You have to really feel for him because I think a lot of people out there are going to be saying that Dice would have been a very solid representative at LAN, but the same can be said about Devious. They played really well throughout the end of this group stage as well. It was going to be tough to say farewell to either of them.
Which is why there was the potential for there to be a 3-way tie to even begin with, because that's just how close the competition was to really secure that top 4 spot. But the team that did secure that top 4 spot was Devious, and if I'm not mistaken, we'll be closing out the show with an interview here. We can chat with Devious. First of all, congratulations, Scott, on being, in the top 4 now, making your way through to challenge finals. Overall, just what is the mentality now that you know you have to prepare for the next stage of the competition?
I mean, first, I think we're all trying to relax after watching that series because we had no idea what was about to come out. I mean, I honestly, no disrespect to you guys, was not listening to the casting because I was warming up, ready to play because we didn't know if there was going to be some type of series, some type of something. So we all had the stream on, but that was incredibly intense. So respect to those teams for that. But, I mean, now we know we're the 4th spot. Obviously, 3 spots go to Stage 5. So we're looking at ourselves as the team that's trying to take down one of those top 3 seeds. So I think it's going to just be heightened focus from us to hopefully be able to dethrone them.
I like that.
Yeah. Obviously, you guys being the 4 seed are going to have a really tough task going up first against Luminosity and being the #1 seed, having not lost in a series the entire event. What are you guys going to do specifically to game plan toward that?
I mean, it's going to be a mix of things. I think we need to step up our VODing specifically. Obviously, our team has good gun skill, but when you play a team like that, gun skill can only take you so far. So we're going to need to learn more about how to play positions properly, when we need to hold, when we need to rotate, stuff like that. I mean, there's a certain level that you can get to just on talent alone, but once you get to this level, I mean, it's going to be like that. And these teams with orgs supporting them are going to be able to spend a lot of time doing that. So we just got to prepare at their level, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you guys have a lot of time to compose yourselves and just do VOD reviews and kind of just to polish all of your plays later on for the playoffs. But again, congratulations. I feel like the question for me, now that the series in Stage 4 is coming to a close and we're going into playoffs, how are you feeling? You're going up to this point. Like, it must feel good to finally be into the biggest stage of NA right now.
Absolutely. I mean, I think like Rayhan, for example, last year was top 4. Obviously, there was no LAN, but a lot of us have been players that are trying to fight to get to that next level, like you said, and now we're finally taking that jump. So I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us. I mean, I'm someone that's played Call of Duty my whole life, so getting to this point is like, I don't know how much I have left competitively, but to have this, like, I'm trying to enjoy this last run. So this has been a ton of fun, and obviously we're super happy for it. We would have loved to have played DICE earlier because obviously they showed they're a great competitor, but when you get a win, I mean, we're not going to complain.
Scott, you guys are going to go in as the heavy underdog just based on the history competitively for the individuals on your roster, as well as the results that Bobby was kind of mentioning. But what in your mind do you guys feel you have that no other team may have that could lead to an edge when you guys get to Seattle?
I think in my mind, at least, it's almost the lack of expectations, is that we're not afraid to step up and take on those teams because teams are already expecting us to lose, or the fans are already expecting us to lose. So for us to be someone that can just play freely and just play to our abilities, I mean, we have talented players. They've shown that. Everybody on the roster is super talented. So I think us being able to come in and try and make the upset rather than being the ones that are going to blow a game, I think that's what's going to let us play our best. And like I said, preparing coming into it, I think that's going to be our strong suit.
I love that mentality. Well, Scott, first of all, thank you for jumping on and chatting. Congratulations yet again. But before I let you go and we close this thing out, do you have any shout outs that you want to do?
Well, my dad has been watching all the games. I don't think he's still on watching this stream, but I have a couple friends, Tommy and Tyler and Michael, who have been watching too. They were texting me during that series saying they were watching it. They used to play the game a little bit themselves, but they were mostly just supporting me. So I guess I would shout them out. Other than that, I think I'm good. I don't know who else is still on. Like I said, it's late, and we were expecting to play at like 5 my time. But yeah, no, that's good.
All right. Well, congratulations yet again. Best of luck. We'll be seeing you very soon at PAX.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. That is all of our games matches for today done and dusted. The regular season has come to a close. We'll be leading to our finals in just a few weeks. You can see all of the results of our matches here today, which did result in finally nailing down our top 4. Obviously, LG and Tribe had already solidified those spots, but that was a banger of a matchup to determine who was going to remain undefeated. LG came back after a little bit of a slump there towards the end and really clutched that one up.
Yeah, it was a big question mark as to their resiliency, which I think has indications not just for playoffs, but for Stage 5. And that's something that if you can bounce back from a loss like that, you can bounce back from just about anything. So it's definitely a team that looks like they're setting themselves up for success. Obviously, so much competitive experience across that roster, and they definitely proved themselves going up against the Tribe Gaming that has a lot of firepower and realistically is not the 2 seed by a very large margin. It's still going to be a very exciting playoffs.
Oh yeah, Tribe is going to be coming back with a vengeance when we make our way to those challenge finals, but we'll take a look at the finalized leaderboard so you guys can see how it's all shaken out. Is this what you expected to get out of the season here, Mommy?
Oh, man. I mean, at this point, it was kind of a question mark who number 3 and 4 was going to be. I mean, at this point today, we didn't know who is it going to be. Right. Tie, right? So, no, it definitely is not what I expected, but the top 2 is definitely something that I knew. It was either Luminosity or Tribe. And so far, I think for LG and Tribe, they know most against each other because they've been teammates. So that's why I think it's a back and forth between them being number 1 and number 2. But it's just today, today, that's LG.
All right, well, we've heard you guys mention it a couple times. Obviously, the top 4 does determine the seeding when we head into those challenge finals at PAX. So now we can talk about that a little bit because if I'm not mistaken, we have a bracket to kind of illustrate to you all at home in chat how that's going to work when we get to that stage of the competition. You talked a little bit about, having to be the underdog when we were just talking to Scott from Devious. That is now represented here in how this bracket will function. How do you think they're going to do?
Yeah, I think that, again, a lot of people are going to sleep on Devious, but the one thing to remember about, even in their losses, which were to all 3 of those teams, they played a lot of close maps. So you give these guys roughly a month to try to prep up, like Scott was mentioning. I wouldn't be surprised if they start to steal maps away from some of those top dog squads. The thing about it is there's not much of a lifeline here for a double elimination bracket, because you lose once, you're all of a sudden in your final chance to make it to stage 5, since 3 of the 4 will be there. So my eyes are actually more so on what happens in that lower bracket round 1 game. That's going to be the more important one, I think, out of all the matches that we have there in Seattle.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting competition, to be sure. Before we close this thing out, any other final thoughts from you guys?
No, I mean, North America absolutely didn't disappoint.
Right.
We knew this was going to be one of the most competitive, if not the most competitive region, and they showed it going down to the very last second of the very last match of the broadcast. So obviously, credit to all the teams that showed up, even if they didn't end up making it to playoffs. Great storylines from guys like Mago, and it was definitely a fantastic, exciting group stage.
I'm excited that a lot of the group stages now are actually over. And so now we're going into the micro perspective of NA, who's going to be the best of the best. And now we've seen all these different regions kind of end their run. Now it's getting really close. I'm not quite sure who's going to be the best region, but NA definitely showed it up here.
This is the first time that we've ever done a long-formed format for the top teams in regions. And I have to say, the level from where we started to where we finished blows anything we had last year out of the water. Maybe outside of the Game 7 Grand Finals for like $1 million. That doesn't get beat too often. But the fact of the matter is this format is perfect. We love it. All the teams grew throughout the entirety of the stage. Love to see that growth.
All right, well, obviously, big congratulations to all of our top 8 teams that competed throughout the entire season, but we've now whittled it down to our top 4, and it will be LG, Tribe, Simplicity, and Devious, who you get to watch compete in Seattle at PAX for our Challenge Season Final. So make sure you are tuning in for all of that action across our social media, all of our live streams, so you do not miss a single second of who takes home the first place prize and which teams solidify their spot in that World Championship. Of course, thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole thing possible. To all of you at home, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you at PAX.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work
me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.